Muy bien. Cuando ustedes me indiquen.
Si todavía están entrando ahí.
Whenever you're ready. Yeah, people are still coming in. Let's give them a minute.
Not only inpatient services, but also
Lourdes, yo creo que podemos comenzar porque ya se han incorporado 71 y como que no entra más nadie, ¿no? Al parecer todos han entrado ya.
Ok. Muy bien, muy buenos días con todos ustedes.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you again for your participation in this day that we will have, this working day. It's our third day.
De los 5 días de la
We are
semana.
at the middle of this event of 5 days. I'd really appreciate your participation in this event. I think it's a great effort for all of us, but I think that we should take advantage of the opportunity. As I mentioned during the first day, this is a workshop. If it had been face-to-face, we could only have had 2 persons per country, but in this opportunity, we have the opportunity of having many more people per country. There are countries that have 15, 20 participants, and I think that that's great to have that opportunity, but let's take advantage of it. Because if we see the number of participants, the first day we were 126, yesterday we were 139, it's 904, and we just have so far 73 participants. Let's not waste this opportunity. Well, that's what I think. One of the things, and we still have pending some surveys. There are 8 countries that have sent the surveys because I have sent them to the heads of the national reference labs or the transnational labs. So that haven't answered to your survey. So do it as soon as possible. The presentations, we are sending them to you day by day. Today, I sent you the presentations, the English presentations. I send the presentations to the English-speaking countries. We will provide presentations in Spanish as well for the Spanish-speaking countries later today. At the end of the event, we will post all the publications together. For now, we are passing the presentations to you on a 2x2 basis per day. And the videos of these meetings, we will send them probably tomorrow. We will send you a link because we will post it in YouTube. And it's pretty heavy to upload it. It takes like 4 hours, and we have two versions, the version in English and the version in Spanish. So we are going to pass the link probably tomorrow, midday or at the end of the day on Thursday. And another suggestion and another request to you, please, during the event, keep your microphones muted unless you want to participate. Only activate your microphone if you want to speak. The rest of the time, please mute it. So we have Roberto ready with the presentation now because we have to start right now. Thank you very much and welcome you all. Roberto, you have the floor. Thank you, Lourdes. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning to our friends from Latin America. We will continue today with class number 5, which is going to discuss, well, we are going to go towards aspects that have to do with records control. We'll speak about audits, the assessments in the audits, the management indicators, a little bit of risks. We will also talk about the training of internal auditors, the management review. We have a busy agenda today, and we will try to manage it as best as we can, taking into account the time, and also considering that in this presentation you have 3 aspects that you requested specifically, which are risks, indicators, and auditor information. So taking those considerations into account, we will try now in some way or the other to discuss about these topics with more detail. Okay, let's go then. First thing, the first important aspect, it has to do with record control. Okay, the control of records. Okay, well, so the record control, what does the standard require with regards to record control? First of all, we need to have a documented procedure. That's the first important thing. We need to have a document that describes in some way or the other aspects that are related to the concept of records. For example, identification, the gathering, the collection, the indexation of the records, access, storage, maintenance, modifications, amendments, the unsafe disposal in aspects related to records related to quality and the technical records as well. Now, what is the importance of a record? A record is a basis for evidence, and we have to be very clear about that. What it's not recorded, the assessor says doesn't exist. And in some way or the other, this is truth. I mean, if there's no evidence, if there's no mark, if there isn't something that says that what we say we do is indeed being done, evidently it will be very difficult to make the traceability and to be able to be convinced that this activity is really being carried out. So the topic with the records is that in some way we have to understand that beyond the difficulty or the cumbersome it can be to manage these records, that's the only way in which we will be able to demonstrate that in reality, we, the actors of a process, did what the process is requiring us to do. Now, what does this mean? This means that we have to consider that the records point to us. What do I mean with this? It is a benefit. It's our benefit as operators. It's a benefit that we have as an operator. This is the way, I don't know if you can see this, but this is a way in which we will be capable of demonstrating that, yes, indeed, what the process is requiring, what the procedure is requesting us to do is indeed something we did. Therefore, it is there where we have to consider this concept of record. It is something in our favor. It's not something that goes against us. From the standpoint of the operator, obviously and evidently, I have to understand as an operator that the record favors me. It's something that helps me. This is the only way that I have to show that vis-a-vis a difficulty, a problem, a complaint, I personally did what I was supposed to do, what the procedure or the process at that time required me to do. So it is important to invest or understand this concept very well, because many times the staff interprets that the issue of the records is a weight on them, and culturally we must recognize that we are not very much into keeping records updated to do things in the right time, because the standard says, okay, records must be created at the same time that you conduct each activity. But of course, the record in the way in which I leave evidence that the activities that the process requires me to do, that's what the record shows, that I did these actions, that I did what was required from me, and when, at the right moment. And why? Because these are part of the activity, as simple as that. We need to understand that it's part of our activity. So we need to try to start thinking positively about records, and let's start thinking and realizing that the record is something that it's in our favor, something that helps us as an operator, because this is a way in which we show that we did what we were supposed to do, what the procedure tells me that I need to do in an analytical process. That's what I did. What the procedure tells me that I need to do in a quality control. And I do not memorize the data to write them down, all of them, during the weekend, trying to remember. No, there is no sense in doing that 3 days later. Well, because in some way you corrupt the nature of the record, and second, because it's unlikely that during the weekend I will remember the values of the quality control done on Wednesday. So the practices associated to the management of records, I would say, are practices that need to be reinforced. Why? Because if there is a reality that the reality is that we are not prone to create records, and if we can leave stuff halfway, we leave them halfway. And this is something relevant to our activity, and we need to be aware of this. Now, the issue of the records has also to do with the concept of control. Okay, we have to control records. So records must also be maintained. Okay, we need traceability with vis-a-vis the dates when it is relevant, the time in which the record is created or is modified, right? Because that's hugely important as well. You can observe, for example, a quality control sheet, and what you see in this sheet or spreadsheet sometimes is depressing. Why? Because this weight, this sheet, it has a weight. It ends up being very rigid, stiff, hard. Why? Because of all these corrections we make. No, it seems that the sheet was corrected or painted with corrected paint, or liquid, and we correct everything. How is it possible that I am mistaken so many times, that I have to correct it so many times? I don't know if you get it. This is a symptom of a bad practice and a symptom of absence. Why? Because the management of the record, the eventual correction of a record has to have a method that is pretty clear. If I correct a record, I cannot delete, I cannot eliminate the previous data. No, I have to be careful enough, what for, to cross it, have a little line on the piece of data and include at some place the correction, and to give faith through the date and my signature that I was the one that did the correction. Okay, so it is not that I just take the Typex or those liquids, white liquids, and I just paint the whole record and I write down everything again. No, that's not an applicable practice, not at all. This is a practice that in an audit will be rejected. Why? Because there's no evidence. There's no evidence at what we had before we put this correction liquid. And that has a lot to do with why people make mistakes, actually. Why do they make mistakes in taking a data? They do not know how to take the data. They do not read well. They need glasses. They got confused with the numbers. Well, if some of these situations is real, obviously that person is not the right person for that position, and that's okay. That's right. This person could do something else. Why? Well, because the data, the piece of data, no, the truthfulness of the data is actually the value of that record. And that we have to be very careful with everybody, because it goes in favor of both the administrators and the operators. It's a shared interest, so to say. The operator, I insist, and I'm going to be very recurrent in this. The operator, because this is the only way in which we can demonstrate that I, as an operator, did what I was supposed to do. And the supervisor or the manager is the only way that he or she has to know that I did what I had to do. Therefore, everybody will be happy and there's no drama. And if I am wrong, well, I am wrong. Therefore, I will be very careful in maintaining the previous data and correct it with very carefully, including at least the date and my identification based on the mechanism through which I am identified in the lab. Sometimes it's my signature, sometimes it's just the initials. It doesn't matter really what it is, but you have to know that I did the correction. That's what we need to know, okay? So the issue of records, it's not only because of the fact of maintaining the traceability of the acts, but it is because of the fact of generating essentially the evidence of traceability. That's the concept, and that's vital. That's vital. You cannot give any other consideration. That is vital, because if there are no records, I insist there's no evidence of the things that have been done. Now, records can come in different ways and shapes and tastes. No, I always think that one usually think, record is just something that you write down. No, in the lab, the processes, they have to be structured to have records. For example, it is a record when myself with my personal password enter the informatic system of the lab, and I do the things that I was authorized to do in the system. So the system recognizes when did I enter and who entered and when at what time, right? Therefore, it is valid, and it is very important that the identifiers, for example, my passwords are not public passwords, because that is another issue that corrupts this concept of traceability. Many times we have done research trying to follow a nonconformity, and we find that, for example, all the records, all the IT records are done by just one person. And we have 15 operators, and it turns out that the system just has records done by one. And when you ask them, what is happening here? Because everybody is using the same password. That's what happens here. We all use the same password. And why do you use a password then? If it's the same, it doesn't matter who joins the system. Hey, you don't get in just with a password to access the system. No, you enter with your password to be identified by the system, to leave record that I was the one who entered and to do what I was supposed to do. But it's not the same that enters A, B, or C. It's not the same that A, B, or C are in the system. It's not the same. Please understand this, because if anybody gets in and all of them with the same password, obviously there's no traceability at all. Who did what, or if they did it in the end. No traceability at all, right? So this concept of record is much more deep. What do you think? This concept of a record is precisely the way in which we have, and I insist, I will be recurrent again, we need to leave evidence that I did what I was supposed to do. That's it. Therefore, from a global point of view, records also have to do stored. They need to be stored, and the lab has to determine now how long they would keep the records. Now, it depends on the type of records, depending on the support. These type of records are maintained. So there are some system records, there are some others that are mixed, some others in paper, hard copy. Therefore, the lab has to determine the retention times, how long they will keep them, and with what end. Now, the retention times will have to be in line with the local standards. Remember, one standard will never have the authority to amend or overcome local regulations.
La norma simplemente se adecua o mejora.
The standard gets adequated or improves, but it cannot correct, amend, or modify the local regulations of the health regulations of the authority. All the records are kept by 5 years, and you don't have to do, there's nothing else to do. So I cannot put in my quality system that I will keep my records for 4 years. No, I have to start from 5 years because that's what the law of my country says. Okay? So where do I have that only alternative? In the countries where eventually I might not have this kind of regulations. In that countries, I will be free, but in the countries where we have regulations now, the fact that there is a regulation and that I doesn't know it, it's my problem. Okay, that must be clear. That doesn't justify me. The fact that I don't know the local regulations, that doesn't justify that I will go against them. So I have to do it. So the time that the records can vary, that they can be stored or saved, that might vary. It will depend on the type of record, the local regulations. It will depend on the local requirements that the lab will put on those legal regulations. But the characteristic of the recovery of the record, it's precisely that during that time, it should be retrievable. And I will tell you something in an audit in a public institution some time ago.
Okay, they were speaking about the records, and suddenly the auditor asked for a certain number of old records, just for the sake of proving whether the laboratory is storing and retrieving the records according to the standard. So when they asked for an old record, I listened on the back of the room that somebody said, what? So therefore, you start somehow to see what's going on, really. So I say, no, I said, I want this record, this other record on this specific date. Well, the head told me, well, this is stored in another room in the warehouse. Okay, let's go to the warehouse, to the depository. Okay, we can go there and we can fetch that record. Well, then of course, the situation was a little more complex because I didn't have to go there. They can tell me, well, they should have said maybe, okay, we will have this in 1 hour. And they will go and look, but they say, no, let's go there and to the storeroom. And then I was taken to an open patio to where you have a very huge door, 2 doors that opened, completely closed with a padlock. And the head told me, well, here they are. But he didn't open the door. But tell me, well, no, the records are inside. The problem is that we cannot open the padlock because if we open it, everything that is inside will just fall down. This is full, completely full. And if we open the door, everything will fall down. We don't know how many records are there. So therefore, they are not recovering the records. It's not just because I have it stored, it is, I can use it. No, the standard tells me that if I have it stored, I can retrieve it somehow. So therefore, the concept of storage needs to be given in thinking that it should be used, that it should be efficient and effective, that can be used at any point in time. So the standard tells me the records that are defined by the standard that should be stored. Now, for example, the laboratory may be interested in storing other records that are not required by the standard. So I think that you should remember a very relevant concept in this case that has to do with the philosophy of these ISO standards, really. A standard is a process that contributes to the activity, that goes together with the activity. What do we mean? But that is a coadjuvant. It's a process that cooperates with the activity, that it helps the implementation of the activity. So it is not the activity that is adjusted to the standard. No, the standards are not a final purpose by themselves. For example, when the institution, usually it is said, this is done like this because it is requested by the standard. No, that's not a good idea. We are working for the standard, and that is a mistake. I don't work to fulfill the standard. I'm working to complete my institutional mission. And the standard helps me to do this work, but I'm not doing things for the standard. I'm not doing this because I'm required by the standard. This means that I have not understood what happened, in what way the standard is requiring me to do this activity to improve my own activity. So that's the point. The day that I say I'm doing this for the sake of the standard, then on that day, I'm going to have a backpack that is with a name standard, and that will be obstructing me all the time. And that we are mistaken in that. We cannot be supporting. We cannot just vary in the standard. The standard should be mingled, should cooperate with my activity because they are cooperating, contributing to my activity. So therefore, when I say that I work for the sake of the standard, is because I have not understood that requirement of contributing, of cooperating with my work. Let's be careful about this. And the same happens here. These are the minimum requirements, and the same will happen when we say, for example, when we look at the point of the management review, for example, the standard says at least the following should be included, but include at least the following. But this does not mean that only that should be included. We might include other records that I will be storing that are of my own interest and are not required by the standard, and there is no problem with that. That's when I will start understanding this a contributing factor of the standard. So in practice, I can say this, I can put a whole number of records, and in practice, I can tell I have a lot of records, list of vendors, list of trainings, of skill stuff, the sampling, printouts of different documents, exam results, records of calibration curves, conversion factors, and I continue over and over until the item V. No, so I had a full alphabet with all the records, but maybe this should not be the only records. Maybe there should be more records. Why? Because the idea that I am fulfilling the requirements of the standard, but in addition, I'm doing my work, I'm doing my job. So therefore, we're going to see this more in depth when we get to the point of management review section. There, yesterday we saw this management review based on the continuous improvement, but now we're going to focus ourselves on the management review, where we're going to see exactly what the standard is requiring from us. That's the basis, but then I will be adding the many more records that I need to include to my own activity. So therefore, in practice, it means that the standard is working for me. I'm not working for the standard. And if you finally decide that you are working for the standard, remember that you are taking the wrong path. The standard needs to become the activity, part of the activity. So every time that you find yourself that you are working for the standard, I insist, stop, because you are mistaken. That's not the correct path, and that's very dangerous. Therefore, what happens? Then we have another process, the process of evaluation and audits. What do we mean by that? This is a very wide or extensive process, because this is a process to assess the system, to see all the assessment mechanisms and tools. And therefore, the standard has divided this in two parts. One part in a global manner, that says the laboratory must plan and implement the internal audit and evaluation processes. They are separate things that are required for demonstrating that the processes, that the pre-examination, examination, post-examination, and support processes are carried out in such a way that they meet the requirements and needs of the users. Well, here you see that once again, we see they have included the user, the patient. It's in the standard. All these subtle names given. Let's take usually they refer to the same person. If they say users or patients, every time that we put new names and sub-classification, the user, the client, the patient, they have their own characteristics, but we're working for them. And we have that, we need to have this very clear. So in practice, let's simplify things. We need to demonstrate that the processes are carried out in a way that it meets the requirements and the needs of users, and also that include the support processes. And Maribel has mentioned that yesterday. Maribel said that the support processes have to deal also with the need to cooperate in carrying out the process. For example, if the process of procurement fails, of course, the examination process will also fail. If we do not have the reagents, how are we going to do the examinations? If the staff support process fails and we do not have the necessary staff, or we are provided with unskilled staff, then there is a problem. If the support process for the instruments is not looking at that preventive maintenance is being carried out, then the technical quality of the exam will be endangered. And then sometimes we need to stop the exam because the equipment suddenly stopped. So therefore, these support processes are important. They are support processes, but they are also an essential part of this concept to meet the requirements and needs of users. Because if we do not have the exam in due time for any reason, we have failed. And we need to have this very clear in our mind. Maybe the public institution, and I'm sure that you will be in agreement with me in this, because there's a lot of public institutions in Latin America that we do not have that commitment. Sometimes that commitment is required by the or is required by the authority. Sometimes there are no more reagents. We cannot. What do they say? For example, what does the head office says if there are no reagents? Just keep the samples until when? And what do we do right for the time being? No, just remain silent. Don't say anything until the reagent comes. And what about the deadlines that we had to give to the client? Just stop, but very silent. Don't do anything until the reagents come. And it's because if the ministry finds out this, we're going to have problems. But therefore, this kind of confabulation is inadmissible, really. It's unacceptable, because it's the head office that it should be concerned not to hide or to conceal the samples, but it should be ready to procure, to purchase the reagents or the other consumables. Sometimes they say, well, there are no more reagents. Okay, we don't do more exams. And what about the patients? Well, the patient will wait. That's what they usually say. So therefore, there is a cultural failure, a relevant cultural absence or lack in public services, that we have many important reasons for which we do not comply with our duties. And we need to change that. gradually we need to change that. I know that there's some significant changes have been occurring during the past years because people have been somehow obliged to change that mindset. But of course, the evaluation processes have to do with that. They have to do how we are evaluating our internal processes in such a way that they somehow are monitoring that what we do is meeting with the requirements. And what are the requirements? The commitments that we have with the client, with the patient, with the users, and among which is to meet the deadlines, to have deliveries in due time, but also deliveries in due time with the agreed quality. I need to have the quality control materials that are required. I need to have the intercomparisons in due time. I need to have the calibrators in due time. So therefore, we need to have this very clear. It's not that I am working just for the sake of complying, but I'm working for the idea of meeting the characteristics that have been agreed. And these characteristics are in the third pillar of the concept of a clinical laboratory, which is reliability. It has to do with the metrological reliability of the results. So we must be sure that those results are true. Now, so therefore we need to evaluate. Evaluate what? Evaluate the conformity of the quality management system. We need to see whether we are meeting all the requirements. And also we need to evaluate that we are capable of improving. That's part what we saw regarding the concept of continuous improvement. How can we structure continuous improvement? Everything can be proof. The improvement concept is like a puzzle. It's a puzzle that is made up of multiple aspects that somehow has to be interconnected, interlinked to show that we have improved compared to the year before. No? And that concept means that all these aspects, for example, the results of the evaluation and improvement activities are part of the input that must be reviewed by the management. So that process, that synthetic process, that management review is the relevant process where we're gonna have this large pot. We're gonna be putting all the records and we're gonna be boiling all the results to see exactly what happens. Where we're gonna be obtaining the distillate, which is the improvement, where we're going to be obtaining the extract of this, which will be the planning, the strategic planning for the next period of time. For example, what are we going to evaluate? The feedback of users, for example. We need to listen. We need to listen the user feedback. We need to see the user's perception, for example. Therefore, the laboratory needs to look at information related to the user's perception as to whether the service has met the requirements. Now, we need to keep the records of all the information collected and actions taken. Okay, yes, but what do we have in this case? Sometimes we have like bias information, because many institutions somehow manipulate this feedback. Somehow this feedback is obtained from the different complaints or claims made by the clients or satisfaction surveys or other mechanisms. But on several occasions, these activities are somehow manipulated. Why? Because sometimes it's not a good idea to send a survey to a part where we know that they will be giving answers that we don't like. So therefore they say, no, we're not going to send a survey to that client. No, let's send it to another client that we know they're going to be in favor. No, or that focus group that we did, for example, that was not good. Well, we're not going to include that focus group. We're not included in as a user feedback. Or maybe in a satisfaction survey, take this question and this other question out because in those questions, we had problems last year. So we're going to solve the problem. So just take out those questions from the survey and just ask the silly questions, no? That anybody can answer and everybody's happy. So therefore, we are not honest. We are not honest in this. Why? Because if you assess a satisfaction survey, 100% satisfaction survey, they say, well, no, they have not asked any relevant questions. So therefore, what's the point of a survey where I know exactly the results? If I make a survey, it's precisely to ask on the points that I need to improve, where the client will tell me, where am I failing? Not to be happy that 100% satisfaction has been given in the survey. Those surveys are useless. The survey must be a challenging survey. The questions should be challenging for me, even if it hurts. But not all of us are ready for that. So one of the point of views for the assessment sometimes is rejected because they don't say anything. For example, in an accreditation process, an auditor will say, I'm not interested in a report in which all the surveys are 100% correct. So therefore, I would reach to the sad conclusion that I'm so good that there's nothing that I should improve. But that's not true. That's not true. Client is not always 100% satisfied. This is a reality because you are a client. I am a client, and everybody knows that we have objections regarding the services. Therefore,
Señores, las sugerencias del personal es un criterio nuevo de la norma.
Personnel suggestions. This is a new concept, ladies and gentlemen. The management should incentivize the personnel to make suggestions. We didn't do this before, and currently we're doing this in several labs in Latin America with some excellent results, really. Why? Because we have set mechanisms, suggestions, they accept the, no, it's not complaints, it's suggestions for improvement. Suggestions for improvement these are processed, are evaluated, and are implemented. These are public. Staff suggestions, the suggestions for improvements are public in the sense that they are published in the lab anonymously. Just the person that made the suggestion knows, and the management. They decide in the quality committee whether they can be implemented, and we have even decided that by maintaining records of the suggestions for actions, we have decided that the best one will be rewarded, and at the end of the year we provide a reward, a prize to the best suggestion, which resulted in a substantive improvement. And we have had those substantive improvements. From whom? From those who act, the people. The staff is the one who knows how things are done. Sometimes the bosses do not really know. So this has been a source for internal improvement that we have implemented lately, really in the last 2 to 3 years, and it's worked very, very good, very well, but in a very rigorous manner, okay? Very rigorous manner with regards to the progress. The standard says do internal audit as well, and the lab has to do internal audits. They have to do a team of internal auditors, and the audits should be planned to determine whether the activities are, if the activities meet the requirements. If the activities are implemented, are efficient, and are maintained, the audits must be conducted by personnel that is trained. Therefore, the lab has to provide and has to inform the internal auditors, and that it's difficult. Sometimes for our standards, we do not have places where to train internal auditors in this very specific standard, like 1589. Therefore, we should establish a program of audit that should have an annual audit process that has into account these aspects, as well as the results of the previous audits. We need to document the criteria, the scope, the frequency, and the audit methods. And besides, we understand that the audit cycle should be annual with regards to a note that has a standard. Now, I can modulate. There's a generic concept here that at least once a year, the whole system must be reviewed. How, as an auditor, you understand or you perceive if this has been correctly understood or not. That's the way to do it, through the annual audit program. That's how you do it. Why? Because when the annual audit program is planned, like one audit to each sector once a year, that's flat. That's just meeting the standard, no? Just that. Now, when this audit program has nuances, when the audit program is modulated with regards to the sensitive areas, to the areas that have had complaints, the areas that have had non-conformities, then you as an auditor can perceive or manage to perceive that you are understanding the reason for which these internal audits are being conducted. In a plan, in a program, in a plan, in a flat program or plan, I just comply with the standards. I'm not doing anything else. I'm conveying the perceptions of an accreditation auditor here. Beware of that, no? What do you look for as an accreditation auditor? So it is just not a process to meet with or to comply with. It's mainly one of the three main elements associated to improvement. Now, the audit has to be regulated, of course, by a specific procedure you can see here. And obviously and evidently there needs to be committed associated to what? To determining that when there is a nonconformity, the actions, the declaration of a nonconformity and the times that will be associated to the correction and to the corrective action must be clearly determined. That's tremendously important. Why? Because I cannot think, for example, like something that happened to me in an accreditation audit, and this is actually the end of my presentation, but I will share with you that I was in an audit and the model of the institution said that the corrective action will be dealt with in the next 90 days. Okay, well, that is an administrative action done by someone that doesn't understand the concept of nonconformity. If I find a nonconformity, it is because something is working wrong. It's not working, and if something is not working, it's not very. It doesn't look good that I give myself 90 days to start thinking about dealing with this problem. I don't know if you understand. No, even the standard doesn't tell me. Exactly, the standard says you must take the corrective actions without undue delay. And that concept, without delay, is precisely the element that I have as a person in charge of the quality or quality manager, in which I will put I will try to speed up to solve this problem. I will try to do it as promptly as I can, because this is a problem that I have just run into, that I have just identified. I cannot just leave it there. I have to try to solve it as fast as possible. And these are the elements that I insist an external auditor will perceive with regards to the degree of maturity that a quality management system has. Okay? Okay, very well. I'll stop here. Let's stop here. Thank you, Roberto. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. It is a topic that, as all the other topics that have been presented, are very important. And with the examples you have given, I think that some of us have been reflected in the things that you have said and in the situations you have described. No? Many of us have gone through that. So here we have some questions. Tanya, the questions, if you can elaborate a little bit more on the methodology that has been used to receive and manage the suggestions for substantial or improvement, and is the reward an economic reward? What is a piece of dessert, a piece of cake, a coffee? What are the rewards or the prizes that you give? Well, that has been a surprise, actually. At the beginning, we had a bitter start, let's say. Because why? Because in practice, we had to, in some way or the other, solving the fact that people didn't understand in practice we installed a suggestions box and a suggestions form, and a set of instructions that we sent to everybody in the lab, in which we indicated that the suggestions were going to be anonymous. Well, the first we say that they were going to be anonymous, but then we realized that they couldn't be anonymous, that we were going to maintain the anonymity of the people, the confidentiality of the case, but we would receive the suggestions in written and signed by someone. And so what was the first stage? Many complaints, and they were complaining against the boss. They didn't understand what this was about. So we had to step back, stop, and take as an example 2 or 3 suggestions that we received, good suggestions that we received in the first stage. They were not that very good suggestions, but we used them, but they were suggestions at least. And then based on them, we introduced this concept of reward. And the reward was something very modest. It was a dinner for 2 in a restaurant that was near the lab. It was an Argentinian grill restaurant. Something very modest, no, very simple. The next year, it changed. The next year, we started receiving objective proposals with regards to processes now. And when these proposals were discussed in the quality committee, because those qualities went to the quality committee decided if it was feasible. Then if they considered if it was necessary or not, the quality committee sent back a note to the person making the suggestion indicating that they were not going to consider the suggestion if the suggestion was not applicable. But if it was considered, if it was applicable, then this person that made the suggestion would become part of the circle of improvement. That was the person in charge of quality, the head of section, and this person, in order to materialize the proposal to modify the processes to correct the procedures. And in 1 year, we have 6 very, very interesting proposals with regards to processes in a lab of 120 people. Okay, and there, the management understood that the processes could improve. The price for the second year actually changed. It was a weekend in a beach resort nearby Santiago with all the expenses paid, all inclusive for 2 people. So there was no an economic price in terms of money. It was just like something nice. And of course, the photos of the dinner, then the photo of this person becoming part of the group. No, obviously they had to take, when they went to the beach resort, they also took photos, and that was a commitment they make, no, to show that the use of their price. And it was very nice. And we had these photos in the lab, and it was very nice. But I insist, improved processes. We really received 6 options for improvement that were very, very good and were very relevant. I don't know if that answers to your question. Yes, I think that it does answer your question. You've been very clear with the examples you have given. We have some other questions here. Norberto Singoli mentions that the internal audit should be conducted by trained staff, as according to what you have mentioned, actually. And the question is whether this staff might be the own staff of the lab, must be someone from the institution, or necessarily must be someone, an external person. Look, there is something interesting here. Standards in general are not very demanding in terms of the quality of the internal auditors, in terms of their training, right? And 9001 is very democratic in that sense when it says anybody can be trained, anybody from the organization that has some history in the organization can be an auditor. For our staff, for our things, our standard, we had to be a little bit more selective. The experience has shown us that the internal auditors that are professionals, that are of our side, no, are better auditors in the technical area. In the administrative area, we can have administrative staff administering administrative things, but we have not mixed them. I mean, we haven't put an administrative audit in a technical area because we consider that that is like tourism. They don't understand what they see, and they don't have to understand that either. It's not their job to understand that. Therefore, the administrative staff that it's part of the internal auditor staff, they will focus on administrative issues, and they will audit administrative issues that do not have direct relationship with the lab work, technical work. And we in some way have stimulated the training of technical internal auditors. Why? Because only one that knows will be able to identify things or to find things. It's as simple as that. If I don't know, I will find everything okay and beautiful. And I'm like a tourist auditor. I just go do my walk-ins, and maybe I find something that it's different or that it attracts my attention, but I don't really understand. How do I contribute? How do I give added value to the audit? How do I ask a question that will generate an improvement? How do I find that something is not being done correctly if I don't know? I can do that if I know, if I have the training, if I know what they are doing. So in general, auditors, we have kept them separated. We've trained them separated, right? Administrative and technical, both sides. And now experiences in general, like the one that we mentioned yesterday about Chile with regards to the audits. In large institutions, professionals interact in different departments, right? In areas that are not their own area. So we have a staff of internal auditors like the Institute of Public Health of Chile that has 6 departments, and they interact in between labs and in between departments. Therefore, they will never audit what they do. Okay, but under that same criteria, because that criteria we left it in the public health institution, you know, the administrative to the administrative areas and the technical to the technical areas, and that has given us very good results to separate auditors in that way. Okay, that has worked very well for us. We have another question, Roberto, from Yanira Melendez from El Salvador. She asked if for an institution to start the quality management system, they must first have the support of some external resource, or they can start with their own internal personnel of the institution. Which have been your experiences in this sense? Well, in general, the processes at the beginning, and I can mention this as an example. I had to be a consultant, an auditor in the first accreditation process of the public health institution here in Chile. They accredited, no, they've already been accredited for 6 years. For the first period of 3 years, I was their consultant, and with them, we did the first accreditation. And the same process I did as a consultant in the National Institute of Health in Peru, actually. For the first accreditation, the one that they still have, they are still in that process, in the first accreditation cycle. In general, I would say that it's recommendable that you get support during the first stage at least, okay? Why? Because usually the generation of the internal competences are going to happen parallel to this process of implementation. On the contrary, the process will require more time. Why? Because the institution will have to train people, and that will take external people, and that will take some time. I would say that if there is something that characterizes a consultancy service, is precisely the conveyance, this passing of competencies. No, the consultancy basically is a way to train, educate the main actors, the head of sections, the persons in charge of quality, because in the end, the auditor, what they do the most is to train them. No, they transfer that know-how in such a way that, for example, the second period of accreditation, in which the Public Health Institute, they even changed the accreditator. They are now with ENAC. That period, they did it alone. They did it alone. It was great. Wonderful. They didn't need any consultancy any longer. The second period, they did that themselves. They already had the competencies, you see. So what I recommend, let's shorten the pathway. It doesn't mean that it's completely necessary to have support or consultancy. No, it's not fully necessary, but you shorten your pathway, because in the first stage, you don't have yet those competences that are required, or the institution trains people and they wait until they are trained to start, or they just hire a consultancy that will shorten that pathway, because a good part of the transferring of these competences is done as part of the consulting process. And hey, these processes never last less than 2 to 3 years. We have to be aware of this. This is not done in 6 months. Please be aware of that. No, if you try to do it in 6 months, that's not true. I don't know any implementation process that have taken less than 2 years, really, and that has worked, obviously. Of course, there are sellers of illusions that say, hey, I will prepare your package. This is a CD, all your procedures, put your logo there, and we are ready. No, that collapses alone on its own. It's, it's time lost. The process, you have to develop it. You have to generate the culture. I mean, if you don't understand it that way, you just do it just to meet the standard, and that can be even dangerous. Thank you, Roberto. And the last question, because we have taken the time, even the time of the break. So what profiles should a quality management system have for internal and external audits? This question is by Solia Argenal from Nicaragua. Well, in general, the quality committee, I think that there is a mixture here. The quality committee is a committee that manages the quality management model in the institution, okay? Therefore, the profile of the quality committee, it's a profile that is typical of the institution. There will be someone in charge of the quality. Probably you will have the management, and probably you will have the heads of services or the people in charge of the local quality, people in charge of departmental quality based on the structure. That's the quality committee. But the quality committee, it's the one that kind of manages the one that executes the activities, the administration and planning. Now, with regards to the audit itself, well, the quality committee must make sure that there is a staff of internal auditors, but that's a different thing. Usually the internal auditors are under the department or general quality management, right? And the quality committee, it's the one that responds or receives an external audit, which is, as I said, the one that manages the model. I don't know if that answers your question. I think that the question is kind of mixed.
Cosas con un sistema de gestión y auditoría, ¿no?
I think that this has been combined with, well, we're going to have a 3 minutes break, Roberto, so that you can rest and for the interpreters to rest. Okay, so 3 minutes break, 3 minutes break. Okay, in 3 minutes we start.
Y por favor, Roberto, podemos continuar.
Okay, Roberto, we can continue.
Sí, Roberto.
Roberto?
Roberto, por favor, ¿no escuchas?
Roberto, do you hear me?
¿Aló?
Yo sí escucho perfecto.
Parece que Roberto tiene el micrófono cerrado. Roberto.
Sí se te escucha, Ernesto, pero...
Cuando
Y él se ve que está ahí listo para empezar.
Bueno. Roberto. Adelante.
Cuando ustedes me digan, ¿estamos listos?
Okay, we are ready? Yes, yes, we are ready. Sorry, I didn't have the headset on, so I was not listening to you. Okay,
Cuando ustedes me digan entonces. Pues,
okay, we are ready? No, yes, we're waiting for you. Okay,
déjame poner el cronómetro y vamos. Ya, entonces,
so
continuamos.
we will continue now. Another aspect where the standard has specific requirements on evaluation in general has to do with the risk management. But before that, there's something that I have remembered. One of the questions that was made by some of you has to do, I'm going to go a little backwards. I'm sorry, but I will this internal audit. One of the questions that you made concerning internal auditors was with regard to the training processes. Where should we go? And that's something that I would like to clarify here, because that's part of the question. There are two aspects that needs to be taken into account for the selection process. First of all, what the local accreditation bodies are suggested. They are accreditation bodies that have their own internal requirements as to the complementary auditing process, where they have some specific requirements that have to be met by internal auditors. That's something. That's like a Byzantine discussion concerning the authority that the accreditation bodies has beyond the standards. Well, but this is not the time to discuss that point. But the other aspect is with regard to the selection of internal audits according to standard 19011, which is the auditing standard that goes together with the standard ISO 9001. So therefore, here what we're going to be including, it's the version of the standard of the ISO 19011 somehow has relaxed the requirements concerning the former version. So therefore, I would suggest that if you have any doubts, please go to the version 19011, ISO 19011, and try to inform them, try to find out in the accreditation body if there's any specific local requirements for internal audits. Otherwise, just follow the ISO 19011. Now, going back to the risk management sector. Risk management is a new topic. This was very strongly introduced in the version ISO 1901 of 2015. And this somehow affected us because the concept of risk from a clinical laboratory perspective has been essentially treated through the requirements that are in the documents of the CLS. The CLSI, the Clinical and Laboratory Standards Institute, is a depository of the largest number of suggestions, technical guidelines that have to do with the development and the implementation of a clinical lab or the different areas of a clinical lab. There are several documents under this institute that, of course, they are the most complete set of reference worldwide. So therefore, whether we like this or not, everybody has its own likes and dislikes, but this is here. So therefore, the CLSI has proposed documents like the F19, documents that have to do with suggestions or recommendations for the manufacturers, the LG22. This is a document that has been under discussion, and also parallel to this, how to treat the risk in the laboratory, in the clinical laboratory. We have a lot of documentation. For example, here there is a very interesting review article concerning the risk management in the clinical lab. There is another document published by Guest Essay. There is a document also from the CLSI concerning risk management. And also here, there is a standard. There's a specific standard associated to risk management in clinical laboratories. And this is an ISO standard that it's related with ISO 31000, which is a generic standard concerning risk management. And there is, well, I was, well, sorry that I have not included another one, but there is a very interesting article made by a Peruvian pathologist that he made a very good analysis on risk management in clinical labs. So therefore in Peru, there is, sorry that I have not included this because I think that it is a very, very interesting article. I would like to share with you maybe this later on. And first of all, because this is in Spanish and it's very well grounded. So therefore we have multiple aspects. This other that is a very new document, which is the concept of management in the quality control concept of quantitative techniques. And concerning the documentation on risk management, we have a lot of articles to check. However, there is something that we need to take into account. There are two aspects that needs to be taken into account. First of all, the aspect on risk management under the ISO 9001 perspective, which is the risk management of the institution. So therefore, we can take the risk under several aspects related to the so-called action areas of an institution, risk associated to commercial issues, personnel issues, and other similar aspects. And this can also be translated into very specific processes. But speaking in general terms, what happens with the concept of risk in a clinical laboratory? We have that same alternative. We can look at the risk, as mentioned by Professor Michael Noble, that somehow risk is important as a mission in the laboratory because we are analyzing several patient samples. The information that we provide have an impact in the health of others. Bad information can lead to bad results. And maybe the samples have variables that we are not completely controlling. So therefore, the risk concept needs to be all the time there. And whatever happens, always the one to blame will be the laboratory. And it's something that is very clearly said by Dr. Noble. But they're speaking about the risk concept in globally, in general terms. But what we have in the ISO 15189 is understood as a particular application or a particular implementation. And this is a historical mention that has been discussed in several congresses and conferences. The standard, many say that the standard is understood that the laboratory should assess, the laboratory must evaluate the impact of the work processes and the eventual failures in the results of the examination that would affect the safety of the patient, that they also must modify the processes to reduce or eliminate the risks identified, and that they need to document the decisions and actions taken. But almost all this is like limited into the part of the results report, but they need to include other aspects also associated to this process. This is a discussion that is ongoing right now. So many are speaking now that the reason why this is argumented in this manner is because what is said by the last document of the CLSI, which is that the that the risk control is associated with quality control. Risk management is associated with quality control. So therefore, the aspect of risk really maybe the greatest risk in the case of the laboratory is to issue a mistaken or a wrong result. And for that, we're going to implement control mechanisms that will be placed in the variables of acceptance or rejection in the quality control system at the time of accepting or rejecting a run of sample, of a sampling run or some results. And of course, this exclusively obeys to quantitative methods. But this does not mean that the same concept, such as, for example, that the quality control, how the quality control will determine whether a sample has been rejected or accepted in function of its result, can be applied both quantitatively and qualitatively. So therefore, what would I suggest? You need to read, you need to investigate. There's a lot of information, and that information somehow will give you a global concept, a global idea, because in general, all risk management models globally start in a similar manner. All the documents on risk management that are related to the ISO 31000 and that and also that we have the documents of the CLSI and also the other standard that has to do with clinical laboratories. All of them have a global similar concept, as opposed to the document of CSLI that has a particular perspective concerning quality control. So that's where we need to move ourselves, and in presenting global process. Maybe I will not focus so much in individual or specific presentation, but only the global. Right now, I'm going to focus on the global perspective of the institutional risk. And all the models somehow have a common mechanism. First of all, they need to define the project, identify the risk, analyze the risk, quantify the risks, and define the control measures. So therefore, you need to plan this circle of improvement. You need to implement the control measures for the treatment of the risks that have been found. Determine the follow-up mechanisms for the control measures that will demonstrate the results of the plans. And finally, implement improvements and the communication of the changes. So therefore, through this circle of improvements, we will create all this plan. So therefore, what is the problem? First of all, in point one, define the project. Okay, you need to study the process. And as part of that process, through a very well-defined process, which is a very well-detailed flow chart, you need to identify the potential risks. And here you have the subjective point. You need to quantify the risk. And why did I say that in this point is where problems start? Because sometimes the drafters of all these guidelines and standards, the idea how to quantify the risk. For example, I quantify the risk in 3 different aspects: impact, the impact that the risk has, the relevance, and the capacity of being detected. But the classification tables are different. One uses a table of 3 qualifiers, other use a table of 5 qualifiers, another use a table of 7 qualifiers. So therefore, in that case, the laboratory needs to decide what model shall be applied and how this model, how they will materialize all the things in the model selected. Now, what happens that the planners, under any circumstance, independently of the 3 alternatives, they are acting subjectively. They are based on their own appreciation. So therefore, that is a great weakness that the risk management model has, because in practice, the appreciation of the impact of the risk on the process is subjective to the decision made by the team that is qualifying the risk, and maybe that team can overqualify or underqualify the risk. And this is something that needs to be considered with regard to the model of this risk qualification method. Now, if we ignore that stage and if we assume that the training of and the skills of the staff that will be analyzing the risk is correct, then this will be an excellent tool to anticipate to the occurrence of mistakes and non-conformities. And this has worked. Now, what does this mean? How will this be materialized? Through projects that we have done. Analysis project through the risk management of the pre-analytical area. And we start working very carefully in the pre-analytical area to identify activity by activity, what are the points on which we have variables that will not ensure a standardization. And if we are not capable of ensuring a standardization, this can create doubtful interpretations and mistakes. And this refining of process with the actions that are created, with the control measures that go to the process, somehow correct the process to prevent that these actions that have not happened will finally happen. This has meant that we need to refine in a very specific manner some processes among which we have worked. Now, what is the recommendation?
Porque son procesos laboriosos, lentos, que requieren mucho
Because
tiempo.
these are very lengthy processes that require much time. And if we add all the other activities that we are doing in terms of quality, yes, of course, I have to evaluate an X lab, a given lab, in which they present an annual risk management plan that had 14 risk management projects in it. From the standpoint of the number and who did that, you can see that that's not, it cannot be implemented. It's not practicable. Or of the 14, they rejected 12, which, well, just nonsense. Just nonsense. Why? Because you don't recommend that the lab has more than 2 or 3 years, do them well. It's not about doing many, because all of them will be superficial and will not be significant. Do you understand? That's the detail. I mean, you have to weigh things, but the weighing, well, here actually the recommendation came from the consultancy. The consultant said at least a dozen. Yes, of course, you don't work in the lab. And obviously the dozen meant that out of the 12, 10 were, I think that there were 2 that were okay, that had a reason to be. The other ones were very superficial, badly done, and didn't meet any objective. They were rejected in the end. They were rejected in the audit, and that's an unnecessary situation. Therefore, the concept of risk, we have the information, we have to study the mechanism. Okay, we have to take a model, whatever it is, and apply it with weighting. Hey, be careful, and no more than 2 to 3 serious, dependable on well-done projects in a year. That's a good recommendation that stems only from experience. That's the only thing that you can, from where you can get this. Now, this is from generic, from the process perspective, no? And we also have the quality control processes, which is the last thing that has been proposed based on data analytical management for quantitative methods. We will discuss that, but that's a topic for tomorrow. So let's see that tomorrow. Okay, the data analytics. Well, let's talk now about indicators. The indicators needs to have, the lab needs to have indicators. Do not forget that we are in the chapter of evaluation. Therefore, we are taking all the activities that have to do on how do we evaluate, okay? And please remember the results of all these activities, where they will go. These results will go to the synthesis, to the management review, which is the summary of everything, remember? So do you understand? Everything is coherent in this sense. So the lab needs to establish quality indicators to monitor and evaluate performance in all critical aspect, please, critical aspects of the pre-examination, examination, and post-examination process. The word critical here is extremely valuable because when the ISO 9001-2000 was launched, which introduced the concept of process, many fundamentalistic people, they said immediately that all the processes had to have an indicator necessarily. And what those who believe this, they just died of under thousands of unuseful indicators. It's not necessary. You have to define the critical point where an indicator is applicable and the decisions on how you have to put it and what do you need to measure. Those decisions are based obviously on the level of knowledge that the person that makes the decision has of the process, how much this person knows the process. So this is an iterative process, we could say. Now, the process to monitor indicators needs to be planned. Of course, it has to be planned to this whole monitoring. Therefore, there should be a methodology that identifies an objective for this indicator. I do not measure just to measure. I measure to do things with that result. I measure to modify, to control, and to take an interpretation. I have to establish a methodology. I have to have an interpretation, the limits, the action plan with regard to the results, and how much will this measurement take? How long will it take? And the indicators must be reviewed with regards to that, with how adequate they are. They are still applicable? Are they still useful? Are they still measuring what we originally wanted to measure, or they are not necessary any longer? Because of the standardization, the systematic standardization of the process, maybe this indicator is not valid any longer. No, and that's completely possible. So if we have new indicators, if we remove indicators that are not used any longer, that's part of the concept of evolution of the indicators. Therefore, the quality indicators to control the non-analytical processes like security, environment, integrity of the equipment, etc., those are also valid. The standard says this very clearly. The lab has to establish indicators to control and evaluate these other concepts as well that I have mentioned yesterday, the contribution of the lab to the care of the patient. And this is another concept that the lab, based on its characteristics, will have to structure as well, because a lab of outpatients has a way to contribute to the care of the patient. But a lab that is associated to a hospital system, that it's associated to a critical care unit, that it's associated to a high complexity area, has a different way to conceptualize its contribution to the care of the patient. And you, the reference labs, you have a different way as compared to these other two types of labs to conceptualize your contribution to the care of the patient. And you need to materialize this as a requirement of the standard. And I have to build it. I have to build it as a concept. What for? To find the elements, quantitative elements that will allow me to demonstrate that contribution. But that's a structure that is generated in the institution, okay? Based on the mission of the institution. There's no standard contribution with regards to the care of the patients for all the labs. No, that's false. That's not true. That's not true, because the missions are different. And the expected ends or objectives of the exams are different. That's why it is in these points where we relate this concept we need to build, which is the contribution of the lab to the care of the patient. And please, we must have indicators to show this as well. We have to be careful about that. We need to show indicators. Therefore, the lab says in consultation with the users should establish response times for the exams. Yes, of course, but this obviously depends on the type of lab as well. You know, the critical care units will need to have shorter response times than an outpatient lab and much shorter than the reference labs. And now and the lab must evaluate if they are compliant with the response times. Yes, because that's part of the user satisfaction levels. The lab commits to an essential concept, which is the opportunity. And the opportunity means that it will provide a result in a given time, based on its mission, in which the result will be useful. Hey, pay attention to this. The result is useful. And it doesn't depend on my administrative problems. It not depends on whenever I want to have the result. No, it depends on when the result is useful for the user. And that's another concept that you as a lab have to define. That will depend, of course, of the type of lab and the place where it is located or where it is working, and the expected objective of the exams, no, that it provides. And indicators, well, indicators will have, you can see, they will have their own characteristics, and there are multiple tables in the literature on what an indicator should have. Like this is an example. For example, the indicator needs to have a name, it needs to have a code, an objective. It must to have someone that is responsible for it. It must describe its periodicity. You must have described the source of the information, the way in which you calculate the indicator. What is it going to be, a rate, a percentage? What is it going to be? You have to define a threshold as well. And the threshold necessarily should be referred to the best practices. That is, no, the concept is tremendously important to have the threshold. I mean, to know whether we are measuring really meets the international standards. Please remember that this is a standard that refers to the state of the art, not to what I do on a routine basis. No, what I try to do as the best ones do worldwide. The sampling condition, the indicator takes the raw data, sampling data, is there randomized sampling, is there any characteristic of the sampling? I don't know. The mechanism, the reporting mechanism, how I am going to report this and to whom and with what periodicity, no? How often? There might be more requirements, of course, more characteristics, but these are like the basic ones, like the basic ones that an indicator should have. Therefore, what have we done? We have standardized these indicators tables so that in each procedure where there is an indicator, the description will be done in a uniform, completely uniform manner, in a standardized manner. And that's a very good practice, that all the indicators have their respective table and that it's standardized for every indicator, and that we answer or we consider these aspects or others that you might consider relevant for your institutional indicators, so that we will be able to standardize the mode in which we do, and we will be able to compare as well the results. Obviously, we will be able to compare them, right? And then we will get into the last chapter for today, the management review. We have some few minutes still to talk about this. So let's go to the management review. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about the management review, but from the standpoint of what? From the standpoint of the continuous improvement. That's what we saw yesterday, but now we will look at we will focus on the mechanism of the management review, how it should be structured internally. Please, in my humble opinion, I must say that one of the most relevant aspects of the process to evaluate the functioning of the quality management system is this, the management reviews, one of the most relevant aspects. That's why we will give it a little bit of time, a little bit of a longer time. Why? Because this concept of a review, it's like a compilation of what? Of the data, a review of the data, compilation review of the data that we have obtained when in the measurement and evaluation processes. Therefore, review, what do we receive for review? The results of the processes, the results of the objectives of the process. That's what we will review. And they come to us in different ways. They might come as indicators, as tables, as reports, whatever, in different forms, depending on how this process will be reported vis-a-vis its objective, okay? So, it is a compilation and an analysis of the results data of the quality management system. And look what comes next. That supports decision-making and promotes continuous improvement. Supports decision-making. Okay, so the management review is not just the gathering, the collection. So we have to understand that the management review is the collection of data and information. It's the analysis and the conclusions associated necessarily to the planning that we will have after that, no? After that. And these are annual plans. They can be done more frequently, of course. For example, if you're implementing something new and you want to have partial reviews twice a year in the implementation process, you can do that, but it's usually annual. So what does management review involve? Okay, first of all, it reviews the quality management system at planned intervals to ensure three concepts. Pay attention to this: suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness. And here we have some problems here. Okay, what is suitability, right? Synonyms of suitability: convenience, conformity with the requirements. That's suitability. So we have to respond. Is the quality management system, it is still in line with its purpose? It's still meeting the objectives that we had at the beginning? When we ask about adequacy, is it adequate or adequate for my organization? A minute ago, you might remember I told you, when you are working for the system, you got lost. You lost your track. These concepts in some way are the way in which I have to ask myself every year, okay, is the system being useful for my business? Is it being useful for what my organization do or does? The requirement of the system are coadjuvating to my success? Are they helping me to be successful in what I do? And finally, is it effective? Do we achieve the results that we had planned through the execution of the activities? So in practice, you can see, right? In reality, and I insist in this, when you take a look at the system and the organization in a separated manner, the quality management system and the organization system here and the organization in the other side, you are wrong. The day in which you see this mixed, the quality management system within the organization, embedded in the organization, that's when you will be able to really understand how the system for our activity is really contributing to the care that we provide to the patient, because that's the ultimate objective. The lab has determined the way in which patient care is supported. And do we have evidence of that? How can I demonstrate that? As I have told you, this adequacy or this demonstration of what patient care is, or our contribution to the patient care, this depends, and this is built based on the mission of the laboratory. There is no consistent support, of course, in the practical aspects, in the things that we need to demonstrate. This is a concept that we need to build, to be built. Therefore, the management review is much deeper than just a collection of panels. We have to try to understand, and the management should have the capacity to navigate in these very subjective fields to try to explain itself if this symbiosis that they are doing, this combination between the quality management system and the organization with a given mission and vision, is really working. Therefore, the challenge is much complicated, even now for the top management. And it is actually here where we can see clearly whether the top management is committed or not. In an audit, this is the first thing that you will get. The perspective, you will see whether the top management is really involved in the system, or it is just those top managements that make you do it. Do it yourself. Just do it. You do it. I'm here, the boss, and you have to do it. And that evidently is a counterproducing effect, because the lack of commitment in the standard of the manager and his or her team is probably something that won't help us with many activities. So what are the activities in the management review? Well, first of all, the review must analyze the information, the input information, the non-conformities, the trends, patterns, whatever, the input information. The management should evaluate opportunities for improvements, including the objectives, the quality and the relevance of the contribution of the lab to the patient care. That should also be evaluated and objectively. And in the extent possible, I will take that word. The quality and relevance of the laboratory's contribution to the patient care should be evaluated objectively. I will take that as far as possible. No, because it's not as far as possible. I will take that out. It should be done, not just if you can. So how does this meeting start? This is a planned meeting. no, that it's convened after the person in charge of the quality has managed to collect the huge amount of information that we need to collect in an organization for this evaluation. Now, this review must be prepared in advance. We need to determine when it is going to be done, and who will be the head of this? The head of this is the person in charge of the quality, and we need to document the meetings. What have we discussed in these meetings? Okay, and I'll show you something very nice actually. The meeting itself. The meeting must be chaired by a person with the responsibility of the quality management system, usually the person in charge of quality, right? It is possible that you might include other people. Yes, you invite whoever you need to have there, the head of service, the head of personnel. Sometimes it is done in a very mass manner, no? Lots of people, and you need to have an agenda that is authorized by the management to make sure that all the topics required by the standard will be discussed here. And I will allow myself to get out of here. Why? Because I want to show you this. I want to show you this. Look at here. Look here. This that you see here, this is the management review in the Public Health Institute in the first accreditation process that we had. Look, please, at the number of people in the meeting, and there's still people coming in. This is not all the people. The person in charge of quality here, Norita, and the group of professionals that mentioned that they are interested in the institution and the people for participating in these processes. That picture, I keep it very carefully because I find that it's a clear representation of how institutions commit to do these kind of things. And there's another important thing that it's very important, which is the commitment of these huge and beautiful group of people here in the Institute in Chile, which were very much committed with this, with lots of young people.
Times when we complain that the young people are not present, no, they are there. When you call them and you encourage them, there is a lot of young people there. So therefore, I'm very proud to show you this picture, to really manage to achieve things like this, no, in the public environments where usually they have this very poor star, no, because they say that nothing happens, they're always poor, and they have multiple reasons for not doing things. But what they are doing here, it's a clear picture that says that they can do things whenever they want to do so. Okay, we continue. In the input information will include a lot of information, and the standard somehow requests a minimum information, and there is a huge amount of periodic review of application, adaptation of procedures, sample requirements, evaluation of user feedback, staff suggestion, internal audits, complaints, non-conformities. They are speaking of so many things. But what happens if we find out with this large amount of documents, and in reality there are even more, because the lab is interested in including in the review things that are not strictly required by the standard. And sometimes this is a proof that they are not understanding very well the spirit of the standard. So therefore, the results of the review cannot be more than the interval should not be more than 12 months. No, what happened with the findings? The findings arranging for management review should be recorded, and they should give these they should be recorded, they should be reported. So therefore, the laboratory management must ensure that the actions arising from the management review should be completed within a well-defined time frame. So what happens from the review should be scheduled or planned actions. They should be plans, and they should be included in a very important concept, which is the institutional strategic planning. They should be included in the institutional strategic planning. All the conclusions, the findings, the actions, whether there were problems, okay, the things were good, okay, we keep those. The things were not good, okay, they should be corrected. So therefore, the results of the revision should be recorded in a specific record document. And and the actions that are taken during the management review. The same aspects that we spoke yesterday, aspects relating to improving the effectiveness of the quality management system, aspects related to the improvement of the services to the users, and a third aspect, which is the need of resources to complete the two other needs. These are the very large three thematic points that should be included in this management review. In particular, here, for example, we have an answer. For example, by area, results in an external quality assessment programs and intercomparison programs, improvement plans to improve the performance parameters for thyroid hormones, for example. This is going to be the term the first semester 2018. The persons responsible will be the technical manager, the technical assistant, the manager, the area analyst. Second plan, improvement of potassium yield parameters, progesterone, testosterone. The term will be the first semester 2018, person responsible, technical manager, technical assistant. So therefore, these are plans. The plans that are materialized here in the document, and that's where we're going to see the other phase of the improvement. There, because the situations that we have found that are important for their effectiveness are started to be improved. Through which? Through objective plans. For example, I can tell you the improvement of performance parameters for thyroid hormones. This in 4 months they have already resolved and have already improved these performance parameters, and they were because before they were not giving good results, and now with intercomparison tests they were seeing. For example, the risk management implementation of the risk management appraisals in the sector risk. For example, they identify risk in the commercial area, in the general management area, and the human resources manager. So they in this year they have planned 5 projects for improvements. So therefore they are managing this risk 3 years ago. So therefore now they have all these processes that are viable, and now they have the practice. So it's 5 years already that they are working on this. So these plans that you see here are part of the first axis, which is improving the effectiveness of the quality management system and its processes. But there are other plans to improve the services to user. For example, the opportunity to respond to complaints, an optimization study of the claims process to achieve a better response time. The deadline in June 2018, a study of improvement in attention times of patients at the reception desk. The deadline April 2018, and so on. So therefore, you have all these as part of the area of the improvement of the services provided to user. And finally, in the area of needs of resources, training program, preventive maintenance program for facilities. And therefore, with this, I have shown you in a very summarized manner how we can manage the concept of this management review, because this is a very important synthesis that mandatorily affects the planning. That's the important part. I don't do management reviews just for the sake of doing so. I do them to see what was the performance last year and how I will be improving in the coming years. So therefore, that's the significant part of this presentation. Okay. Thank you, Roberto. We have a Ervia, you have a microphone. You please close your microphone. Roberto, very interesting, especially concerning the risk management part. I would like to make you a question. Maybe those that are used to hear about risk management from the point of view of quality, is this related to the biosecurity measures that the labs should, that a TB laboratory should have, according to the manuals published by the WHO concerning tuberculosis, and especially concerning that the risk assessment should be the risk management should be evaluated. Yes, will this be in this case of risk management, biosecurity of tuberculosis is included. The concept of biosecurity is integrated in a concept of that has a larger scope, which is safety, security in general. Now, we speak now of safety in different aspects, and one of these is biosecurity or biosafety. So when we are dealing with risk management in terms of safety, we are speaking about safety for chemical agent, physical and biological agents. And of course, in areas as critical as the TB management areas, of course, it is of great importance to take this into account. Now, one thing is the guideline. One thing is the recommendation. Now, the question would be, from a risk management analysis, can I reach to the conclusion that the local risks that are evaluated in this institution meet the requirements set in the guidelines and the recommendations of the guideline? Yes, I think that's a good point. But yes, of course, because for you, biosafety is vital. Even the last guidelines that were published concerning biological risk in tuberculosis, they also recommend to make an evaluation of the risk on site according to the technical procedure carried out by the lab. And of course, based on the exposure that the staff has to that procedure. So therefore, this can be classified according there is a low, medium, or high risk. And of course, based on all the technical procedure that they are using. And there's a very good point. And an important detail in this also, let's remember that like a couple of months ago or 3 months ago, we saw the latest recommendation of WHO concerning biosecurity. And this is essentially a focus on risk management. So the concept has changed, no? The lab BCLL 1 or 2 or 3, no. Now the main focus is on risk management. This is a very new document. It's a recent document that has just been published. It's general, of course. It's because it has you have a much more specific scope in the case of tuberculosis, but this is a more general thing. I think this was the fourth or fifth manual or edition on biosafety, but in 1213 a specific manual was published on TB. But also they don't make so much emphasis on the biological risk 1 to 3 as they were classified. Something that is important is concerning the quality indicators. We insist on the quality indicators, but with regarding some procedures or specific techniques of the lab. For example, something that is very novel is that the laboratory should have the quality indicators for the expert MTB test. This includes the time of response, number of valid results or invalid results, wrong results, detected, not detected, and so on. But they are specific for each technique. So therefore, this can be included as like the quality indicators for the culture media, but these quality indicators are very specific. And they are general and from the point of view of quality as such. We have some questions. Let me see. Could you provide an example of indicator of a contribution of the laboratory to patient care? Yes. For example, depending on the type of laboratory, the quality indicator will be set according to the type of laboratory. Quality indicators are basic for patient care, are mainly the 3 indicators that we usually account for. First of all, the opportunity to have a fast response. Now, the response opportunity. If I don't give a result in due time, I mean, it's very important. So therefore, the quality, to fulfill the deadlines, the times of delivery, that's essential in a laboratory, for example. Another point, an indicator for traceability. What is the responsibility that we have concerning keeping the traceability in the samples of the patient and not to confuse the samples? and that to mix them, that's essential. Requirements for the entry of the sample, documentation, the information that goes together with the sample. So the concept of traceability is fundamental in order to answer that, that we are giving the result, the correct sample from the correct patient. And also we have an indicator of effectiveness, analytical effectiveness. What do we have there? Everything that is related to the results on the quality control results, in an index of intercomparison tests that have been rejected, compliance of all the technical requirements, of qualitative requirements, and many others. But that depends on all of the mission of this risk management. And all these three aspects are of vital importance, and it covers for all other activities. Another question from Magdalena Elizabeth. She comments that the risks can be evidenced through the AMFE matrix. Yes, yes. All risk management models use as a basis the AMFE matrix. Well, we would like to thank you, Roberto, once again for this presentation. And we can take 3 minutes to continue with the presentations given by Maribel. Okay, thank you.
Maribel, ¿podemos dar inicio para continuar?
Maribel, can we start, please? Yes, of course. Let's start today in this session about human talent management. Among the comments you've made and what you requested us to present was the organization of human talent and the management of staff competence. These were the topics you requested to us to discuss with you. I will excuse myself. I will close my camera because I'm still having some problems with the internet. So talking about human resources, the human resources management, the human capital, the human talent, whatever you call it in your organization. And this is very much associated to the strategy or the model. But that's talking about one of the main pillars in the organization. We could have infrastructure, we could have a good portfolio of clients, a good portfolio of tests. But if we do not have these axes, which these people, let's say, who are the ones who connect one thing with the other, the organization won't be able to work efficiently. Even though it is true that there are more and more technology, and and technology is seeking to create more spaces for the staff to conduct administrative task management. We need to understand that the process doesn't happen if we are not there. That's very important. We might automate many things, but we have to be there anyway. So you can see how organizations should start from understanding that this management, the staff management, must be focused on some very important aspects. Something that mentioned Roberto is that the exercise is not work for the standard. Reading the standard is very simple. We could all read the standard, and sometimes we could even implement the requirement, but what is the sense of that and what is behind that? So as organizations, we must understand that the staff working with us, I mean, there are different aspects from which we can manage our staff, but there are some aspects that are purely technical, administrative, some others that are financial, contracts, work conditions, and all these kind of things. But there's another very important aspect that the organization has to take care of during its whole process, and it's a human part, the part of people. We are human beings susceptible to many things, right? We get mad, we might wake up one day sick, we have a relative that is sick, or we might have personal problems. So how the organization should find in this management an adequate balance to be able to achieve efficiency in the processes. People are maybe, if I think this is right, they are one of the most important assets of the organization. Therefore, you should have an organizational strategy for its management, so that it's not only managing knowledge, because sometimes knowledge without the human part in balance doesn't really contribute to the organization. We need the human part. In some of my classes, I always mention that there are some authors that have described that one of the main barriers when we implement the standard are people. It's us, people. Therefore, this human talent management must work in such a way that it is designed so that these barriers that we might have as people in the process will be minimized. Managing human talent, look, the standard in its content establishes very specifically, they establish some qualifications and descriptions of positions. They make an induction of the staff, training processes, competence assessment, performance assessment, and continuous assessment and professional development. But there is one part that it's kind of lagging behind, which has to do with the selection and recruitment process. So when we speak about human talent management, we are speaking about all of the things that the standard requests us to do, but additionally, of all the strategies that we create in each one of the standard requirements to attract personnel to become an attractive organization for staff. Unfortunately, nowadays, an accredited organization is an attractive organization for people who are looking for a job. They want to come to one of these organizations. Sometimes you see that people complain a lot, even more nowadays, in which we are going through one of the probably worst human resources crisis in the human in terms of human resources. And if we see what happens in all the countries, we will see that the same has happened. The public sector has had to call a large amount of people. Many people have left very good positions to go to the public sector. So there's lack of people in some sectors. People do not want to work in a clinical lab with all the situation that we have, and they have decided to to leave their jobs or to just retire. And we have also this very interesting dynamic that we have nowadays that has to do with the new professionals, the millennials, that are joining and occupying these positions, and they have a different way to link with the work they do, right? So this whole process and this strategy that the organization designed through the implementation of the standard 1589 must start from the reading of the external surrounding our environment as a society, as a country, and probably at the worldwide level, because we have many similarities nowadays, but also we need to pay attention to the organization, to the environment of the organization. For me, it is clear that a private organization manages its human talent differently. They might have a clearer or more defined strategy, but it is also clear that at the government level, the strategies sometimes just stay as a dream. No, that's what we want to do, but that's not necessarily what we do. No, it's like I tell you today, let's see where we are and let's see where do we want to be in terms of our recruitment selection processes, how we are going to design the strategy. Sometimes it's out of the hands of any of the directors of the labs as such, and even the directors of the institutes, because many times the staff doesn't come contacted by the institute as such, but it comes from a process of a process of assignment by the state, or they are transferred from other hospital by the state, or they are transferred through different mechanisms that are different from us. And in this comes like when we have the accreditation processes, every institution, every entity or has different policies vis-a-vis this topic. There are organizations that are pretty demanding, and they do not no, they just follow these structures for hiring staff, but most of the state hiring is established according to the laws in the countries. And as Roberto says, there's no standard that could go above the law. So the organizations, the accreditation bodies, many of them are consequent in the extent that it is possible with some of the requirements of the current contracting models. However, the lab work, when it decides to enter into an accreditation process, it's to identify the standard that we have in this process, and that's I have to see what the standard requires, so that myself in my system, in my internal system, I can guarantee the technical competence of my staff by generating activities that could cover that gap that might in some cases have existed when you hire someone that might not have the whole competences, but that's what the law requires you to do in some of countries. Therefore, it is, you can see here how it is very important to be very clear that independently or regardless of the fact that the law has a model, many times we, or many times not, we as a lab we always need to meet these requirements under the standard. So what do you find with regards to human resources? Well, first of all, there's usually a human resources department in the institutions, and that doesn't only happen in organizations that are as large as you are, like hospitals, large or medium-sized hospitals in the public sector, they have their departments of human resources, but they have a management model that is different from the one proposed by the standard. So many institutions have been able to standardize or align the human resources department of the organizations with the standard requirements. Many others have had many inconvenience really with the organizations and the countries where there are unions, for example, and in which implementing many of the standard requirements becomes for the units like aggressions and demands that are exaggerated, and the organizations cannot do this. And there are some others that even though they have a human resources department in their hospital, well, we inside the lab, we end up learning about the tools for human talent management, creating our own files and having us internally in the lab the files and the archive aligned with the standards, keeping the evidence, maintaining the documentation, and doing everything that the standard requires, but internally in the lab only, not in the whole hospital. So we need to what we need is the organizations to convert to have one single process, so that the organizations do not have problems in this, or do not have to conduct this management in a double manner in the lab and in the hospital. But we also need to be aware that there are institutions in which this is not going to happen that fast. And if we want really to be accredited, we need to design our own strategy in the lab. To design this strategy and everything that the standard requests us to implement, that might be focused basically on what is the strategy that the organization has vis-a-vis human talent management. Eventually, you, for example, you are all organizations with many years and with a great deal of stability in your structure. However, it is at this point where we need to make a redesign of the strategies, and the organizations will decide, okay, very well, we are going to have a strategy as if we were starting from scratch, and we will start recruiting young people that doesn't know much about this, but who will be willing to learn rapidly, who wouldn't be afraid of the changes in the technology, in communication, in the processes, and everything that we are having. So that has some risks that are associated to turnover and things like that. There are some other strategies that might be associated to recruitment of professionals from a different level, right? Much higher levels, people that might have much more stability, that might want to stay with you in the lab working for a long time, so that there's no that much turnover. Or we can also work with a strategy in which there's a certain level of staff that will be standard or will remain there, and they will be trained by the people that are more experienced in the organization. Or there are other institutions, even with the cost issues nowadays, they have these kind of strategies in which well, they seem like this investment, they pay really bad salaries, they do not provide training. So you can see how since I start implementing this whole process, I need to be clear about what is my strategy with human talent, because that is going to be the way in which this that I will describe, that I will document, and that I will implement as human talent management that should go beyond the requirements of the standard. So the human talent management nowadays, we must say, is something that should be something completely changing for the organizations. We cannot stay just in performance assessments in the profiles that we used to have 10 years ago, because definitely we need to transform that human talent management, so that this will provide value with the risks and the context that we have nowadays in the health sector, and also at the level of specialty that you require, and with difficulties that we have many times to obtain or to get staff that is already trained with a level of experience and knowledge that you require for your processes. Therefore, it is very important to define the model that you would like to work with, so that despite the legal requirements or the legal contracting process that you have to follow based on your law, you can manage your human talent within your organization. Sometimes this should be, and for many of your countries, it is very easy because this has already been implemented in a cross-cutting manner in the institute, in your institutes or labs. But there are some of you in countries in which the accreditation process is not being considered yet in your institutions, and you might be the pioneers in implementing this. And sometimes you might not have all the collaboration you should have from different areas. So in this context, we will check very well with detail what the standard asks us to do. First, it asks us to have a documented procedure for staff management, a procedure that aligns to all of these and that will set the guidelines to do this. And we should also have records of everything that is required for us to be able to demonstrate the compliance with each one of the requirements. When we start with the standard, first, I wanted to mention that you will find the version that was given to you from the standard for academic ends. It's the version that corresponds to the Mexican translation. So you will find there that in this number, specifically, there might be 3 or 4 concepts that have a translation that might be different to the one that you will find in other countries. This is in Spanish, the terms in Spanish, right? And depending on the interpretation that we do, the context might change. So in the standard, you will find, in the Mexican standard, you will find what this term that it's qualification of a personnel, which in English is staff qualification. In Mexico, they use the word calificación, while in other countries use qualification. That's in Spanish for qualification. No? So what does this number request us to do? It asks us to document which are these requirements in qualitative terms that I will require so that the person that will perform this position will be able to guarantee the technical competences to do this, at least from the selection process, which is where I will start, right? When I talk about qualify for a position, what do I require? Well, there are things that are important and that we have already discussed about. One is that the positions must be associated to an objective, and that objective that this position must be aligned in some way or the other to the quality policy or the strategic planning or the organizational objectives or all of the above, so that every person that will perform that position will find coherence between what he or she does and how she contributes to complying with these targets, these institutional targets. Then we also have to be clear about the fact that there are some requirements that we must determine for each one of the positions. Those requirements might be established as minimum requirements, but you could establish some additional things if you consider that you're for organization. This would be necessary to have some additional things. I mean, first we speak about the academic education, the titles, right? The degrees, being a professional with a degree, a chemist, biochemist, bacteriologist, and if there could be an exception in this academic education as well, that's something you should consider. In some countries, they have the professionals that didn't completed their studies, and there are countries in which they accept the hiring of this kind of staff that didn't complete their training. As there are other countries as well in which it is forbidden to hire someone that doesn't have a degree, no, that hasn't finished his or her studies. So each lab must establish these people should have a formal degree related to the area, no, in which they will be working, and that will depend on the country what the degree would be. In Colombia, we call us bacteriologists. In Mexico, they have clinicians, biochemists, biologists, and there are different programs or degrees, so to say, that that we can hire, no, the kind of degrees that we can hire, and even technicians that can show their experience, that can also be hired to be the responsible of a given discipline in the laboratory. That depends on the profile on the responsibility of the laboratory, how does it qualifies these profiles? Because in the end, you know, the standard is the one that give us, or the legal aspects give us that possibilities, no? The training that we might have, all extra things, let's say, in our training that will support these additional competences to conduct the activities that were given to each position, the experience, the appropriate experience. And you can see here that this has to do, and this is kind of related to vis-a-vis to what is the strategy. Maybe do you want people less experienced that you will train better, or you will have people more experienced so that you don't need to train them that much, right? And as well as the skills shown for or demonstrated for the tasks carried out. Sometimes we can talk that say that since I have a degree and I have a training and sometimes the experience, I have the skills, but that is not true. The skill is really the capacity that a person can have to put in practice the training, their experience when they conduct their activities.
Los maestros, por
And
ejemplo.
let's see if that, for example, teachers, especially in these specialty areas, are a clear example of this. Some time ago, we gave a course, I remember very well, on the autoimmune laboratories, and we invited a friend that she is an excellent professional with many years of experience with autoimmune, of reference in Colombia. She was in a lab that has more than 30 years experience. And when the course was started, the course was a failure. Why? Because she didn't have the ability to share all that knowledge in class. So she was speaking very slowly. She was not clear. She was not managing her times. So several problems. So therefore, not always to have all the above will really ensure that you have the ability. So therefore, the ability should be demonstrated for the tasks performed for those activities. And this needs to be documented. This with the name of the document, because there are several things that we need to do. For now, we are describing which are the characteristics of the person from the qualitative point of view. Now, in addition to this, the standard in 15.1.3, there is something that the standard speaks in 5.1.2 that speaks about the professional that issues professional judgments with regard to the exams. And we have seen that in previous classes where it was said that it's important to see the developments of the standard and the changes that have been implemented to the standard following the last revision made by the techniques in 2012. So therefore, now there is a much more emphasis made on the profile of the professional that is issuing these professional judgments, considering the validation of the results, to be able to describe all the competences, and that staff needs to have the competence associated to that task. In the 5.1.3, the standard speaks about the description of the job. So therefore, we can say that some concepts that are related or are very similar, and sometimes you enter an organization and you find that some of them are speaking about job description. Others give similar terms to this concept. So the job profiles, the job description, the job analysis. So it's important to understand that these are different things. For example, job analysis is the activity that I carry out in order to specify a profile and a job description. What do we mean by a job profile? Everything that is associated with the person that will be filling that a specific job position. And this job position is as such, the description of the job is exclusively related to the job itself, the level of authority, the responsibilities, and also the organizations may add additional information that may add more value to this description. So therefore, this job description is required by the standard that we should do. And this should apply to all the staff. So therefore, it is important. We need to understand that in the standard 15189, there is no difference made on the technical, administrative, or support personnel, or in all other areas. With regard to the, for example, the health team, I was reading a document of WHO that said that any person that is working in a health institution is part of the health staff at that point in time, at a different level with different responsibilities, but this is inherent to the process. So therefore, it is important to describe these job positions for the entire staff of the organization. And not only the job description, but all the activities that are carried out on a daily basis. Here we have an important thing that needs to be taken into account, and to see how do we carry out this job description. Some days ago, we were speaking about how the easiest exercise for the organization is to ask the persons to describe the activities that somehow they are carrying out in their work, in their job. So therefore, we give to the persons, okay, you have a form here, please fill in with all the activities that you are doing every day, your responsibilities, whom are you reporting to, or and also who is giving reports to you. So therefore, and all this is documented. But I am convinced that this job description drafting this is the moment where the organization needs to, first of all, review what is going on that specific job position, preferably a person that has a critical eye that can see with no bias what is being done in that job position. Why? How are the tasks being performed, whether this is the most adequate, more efficient manner, using the best resources, with whom they are carrying out the task, whether this is an activity that it's distributed with others, or is it an activity that is repeated by several other persons? Under what conditions this is being carried out, the location, the conditions. We're going to elaborate a little more on that concerning especially the safety issues. And what are the responsibilities inherent to this? So what other additional responsibilities you have with regard to that job position? So therefore, by the end, you have the possibility of evaluating before documenting the job positions and how they are working nowadays. And so therefore, then you will be able to understand better and to reach the conclusion whether this is adding value or not to what the organization needs to do, whether this is useful for our services and for our objectives, which is to give results that are clinically useful, pertinent, relevant for the patient, in due time. So therefore, to elaborate all these descriptions is much more than a form. The form, you can use any form. You can name it anything. You can put job description or flow chart or job schedule, but that depends. For example, the profession gram. The profession gram, for example, is something that is used in other countries with different contexts. If we speak about a profession graph, that in Mexico, it's concerning the state engagements. So therefore, it's a state contracting. For example, in Colombia, it is a job description that has a strong emphasis in health and safety and the risk associated to the job positions. So therefore, it's different. Each country has a different name for that. And the format, somehow, it's can be freely selected by any organization. And something that is important to highlight that in my country, the audits get there, and since they find the job descriptions that have different names, different titles. So therefore, they are not putting responsibility nor authority level, nor tasks, and they want to put other names. So therefore, let's be careful. This is not the title that should be included. This should be part of the contents, but the format is of can be freely selected by the organizations, by the country, by each one of you. Now, in addition to the training, in addition to the education requirements, experience, and abilities in all contexts, because you can see hard ability, skills, soft skills, physical requirements, specific requirements, everything that you think can add value to this document. Sometimes it is important to establish whether the person can have any motion or disabilities, or maybe he is working on a wheelchair, or maybe he has special requirements for traveling, everything that is associated to these physical abilities. And therefore, there are other changes, job descriptions, where it's important to specify also these soft and hard skills. For example, sometimes people laugh when I say to that, but they say, no, you can hire somebody that is very good, but maybe this is not the person that maybe he's very grumpy, and he's not the proper person that will be speaking with the patient, for example, or every time that he receives a request, he's going to have problems and he's all the time grumpy. So it would not be the suitable person to answer any request from the client. But if he had that character, he can go to bacteriology, and he can be inside working with the bacteria, and the bacteria would not care whether he's grumpy or not. So there are several things regarding the personality that needs to be taken into account, because they can be associated to specific job positions. And we can describe that there also, because sometimes they require very specific requirements. Also, they can describe the interactions between the personnel, or the relationship with other persons as part of the job position. Also, concerning the labor specific conditions that shall apply there. For example, is there any risks associated to the job positions? Some organizations decide to include this as part of the job description, like the labor risks, and all the physical risks and security. Please, can you close your microphone? Biological risks, physical risks, ergonomic risks, psychosocial risks, or other type of risks that can be somehow classified. And this has to do with also with the safety inside your organization as part of the job description also. So this document is the document that will allow you to characterize what is being done under that job position. Once that I have classified this, I have identified this, there is a part that is very important that the standard has not considered, but it's very important, but it's something that cannot be somehow managed or standardized, which has to do with the everything related to recruitment mechanisms. What's the strategy to be followed? How are you design this strategy in order to attract this personnel, whether you're going to have some internal sources, external sources, whether you're going to be, first of all, supporting on the internal personnel, and you will start promoting the internal staff, or whether you're going to be using external sources, no? Or maybe to like human resources or headhunters offices, or you can go to the universities or to the professional associations, or you have a strategy, for example, maybe to start with with interns that can start in your laboratory, but of course you need to take into account all the risks associated to patient care, or are you going to use database, or are you going to post some advices or in the newspaper, or some also the interviews mechanism that needs to be properly defined to be sure that when you do this staff selection process, the persons really are meeting all the requirements that you have set. And if they do not meet the requirement, you can establish where is the gap so that your human resource induction or training program can be used to fill in that gap with regard to the requirements that you have set. And it is important to establish, although the standard does not say so, but it's important that you need to standardize the entire process of pre-selection, recruitment, interviews, classification of the staff, especially in the private environment. Because at the end, this will enable me to ensure or to standardize somehow the mechanism and the evaluation that will be done before the persons are hired. So so once that the organization has already hired the staff according to the model that or the method that the organization has decided, you have the person ready to start working for the company. Then there is a first step. As soon as a person gets to the organization, there's the first step known as induction. Induction usually is a short process. The new employee gets there. I give him all the information related to the organization. The standard requires from me that I should have an induction program. This program implies having a clear objectives, times assigned, and persons responsible for this induction program in such a manner that it will include several relevant things for the organization. And it's important that this is still an induction program. It's not a training. Sometimes we speak induction as a general term, but this, first of all, we need an induction, for example, of 3 months for a specific job position or 1 month. But one thing is induction and a different thing is training. Induction is when the new staff comes in. We start designing the program thinking on the person, but also on the professional that will start working inside. So therefore, I introduce him. I introduce him to all the colleagues. I show him warmth as an organization, making him feel comfortable inside the organization. And at the same time, during the induction program, I start introducing him to the department where he will be working, his colleagues, the different areas. And I explain to him and I give all the organizational policies, all the working and terms and conditions, everything that is vital for him. Now, everything that the organization will consider that is of relevant concerning the job that this person will start, the code of conduct, everything that is relevant for the organization that the person should know. Then the facilities, not only for his job, but also the facilities that he has. For example, these areas are for this specific service. These are the areas for recreational areas, or all the benefits that the person can have as a worker there. And then we go for something that is very important, and in several countries, this is very well structured and it works perfectly. But in other countries, unfortunately, does not work properly, especially in our sectors. I refer in that case, let's assume that we are in a country where the occupational health and safety program is a fundamental part of the job. It's monitored all the time, it's controlled, but there are other countries instead, and I know very closely other cases in which, although the law exists and they require the companies to have this occupational health and safety program, this happens that it only exists in the aeronautics, in the construction industry, in the cement industries, and the industrial sector. But in the hospital sector of the public level and the particular level, it's much easier to find these implementations because there are specialized physicians that are specialized in occupational health, and they have a very clear notion that they manage the other risk as well. But this is very easy. But when we go to the particular laboratories, we do not see the desire of the organization to implement this. No, there is the surveillance and compliance of this because part of the or by the organization.
Establecido un análisis de riesgos por cargo, que se tenga establecido unos exámenes de preingreso.
We have some exams for before the work. When you have changes in the positions or after an accident, incapacity or a surgery, if they request them to have some periodical tests, some report of the health conditions, to have occupational or periodical exams associated to the risk of each position, that they do monitoring of the HIV, hepatitis tests in the health staff, and even though all this is regulated in many places, there are really labs in which there's nothing of these apart from a procedure for the use of PPEs. But the management of the health risk goes much beyond this. It is a very important context in the organization. It's something that the organizations should consider as well. So there are some very important things. Look what it says here, including the act in cases of a design and an emergency. However, in case of fires or emergency. However, in the original standard, in the original version of the standard, it mentioned the risk of health and security. And so what happens here? That in the translations, we have, in this translation, in this specific translation, in which with which we work most of the time, we restrict the risks to fire and emergencies when the risks associated are many, really, not only these ones. In all sectors, right? So the biological risk is only one, but the physical risks, the environmental risks, and work, the diseases because of trauma and all of that. When we have these in case of fire and emergencies, there are things that we need to have documented in this model. And for us, it is very important to do this in the lab. I mean, the management of accidents, that's what I mean. Not the management of accidents with biological materials that we might have. Sometimes you ask and you say, yes, you have to go to the insurance, but I don't know if you have been involved in a work accident that involved the sample of someone else, another person. What happened to me when I worked in the testing lab here, taking a sample, I was putting the cap into the tube broke, and I had the tube in my hand broken with a sample of my patient. I just started to cry. I didn't know what to do. No, but I had to go to a hospital, but who was going to take me? I didn't know. I was so, affected. It is important then that for all of these situations, we have a procedure with the steps to follow. And for each country is different. What form do you need to fill in? Who will fill it? What notification you should make? If the person can walk or not, who will help? Because, at the end, the immediate care, we have documented that, and it's very clear. And if you wash the wound, you take a sample of the patient, if you collect the information of the patient, those things we might have. But when that happens, it is very important that we have very clearly how we are going to deal with this and work with this, and how these health services work and these security services work. Now, after the induction, we will have the training process, and that in some translations of the standard, like the one that I manage here, it was translated as training, and it is different to train than to educate. Training is a time that I need to do something in a recurrent manner. So here, I just want to make emphasis in two things. One is the training time. The training time must be in line with the profile of the person and the profile of the position. If you hire someone that doesn't know or has no experience at all, this person might need more time. But if you hire someone that already knows the technique, that it's experienced, that has been transferred for a different area, probably the training time might be much shorter. So it is important to establish this program, this training program, step by step, but based on the profile of the person, not something generic because it might be too little time or too much time, right? And additionally to that, to also make emphasis in something, look that the standard establishes these numbers as a requirement for training. The quality management system, processes and procedures that are assigned, the IT system for health and security in the management of adverse events, ethics and confidentiality of information, right? For me, it is not in vain that the first thing that is here is a quality management system. So when a person gets into a training, I always give this person adequate time, and it might be up to 5 to 6 days to train this person in the quality management system, because throughout history, what you find is that that's what it's the most difficult part in the management of human resources. It's not difficult for me to teach someone how to manage equipment or the technical process, because they will do that every day in their lives when they start working with us. But if I teach them about the quality management system, I might have better results in the long run. So I don't think that it's just for free that the standard has put this as the main aspect, or the aspect number one. And therefore, I believe that it's important to pay enough attention to this. It is also important to understand that this must be done step by step, that the person in training must be supervised at all times. That's why it's a person in training not ready to work alone, because she or he has not received the approval yet. And once the training has being completed, and during the whole process, in the step by step they follow, there must be an evaluation by the person that is providing the training, that it's training this other person, right? And that at the end, there must be an evaluation of the efficacy of this training that must be given by this person that gives the training, that follows this process. When they make this evaluation of the efficacy, there might be some items or some activities from the whole training that might have not been fully learned by the other person. That's why it is important that if there is a need of a retraining, that this is scheduled if necessary, right? And here we have an important note, which is that it's not only an indicator of compliance. It's not, there's no use that they tell me that I was 2 months with this person in the area, because the time doesn't necessarily guarantee learning. So the compliance indicators here are not useful for me. No, it's not just about time. Well, do we have any questions so far? Thank you, Maribel. We have a question here from Andrea Clunes. How can you demonstrate or document the soft skills or management capacity in the qualification of the staff? How do you demonstrate that? Yes, as you described it, Andrea, I describe skills, competences, and I described all the skills that I need associated to the position. So when we speak about quality staff, or the whole personnel actually, but the personnel that has some leadership position, that has some skills that are more associated to that, to the management of time, leadership, and all these skills that in some way or the other we can, even though they are difficult, we can evaluate, well, these are the requirements. So here, there is one important thing about this issue of competence management, competence-based management, right? I'm talking about job descriptions and job profiles. That is something that has a science behind. There are professionals specialized in these areas, you know, who are the ones that should be doing this whole management. However, in many laboratories, we the chemists, the lab professionals, whatever our degree is, we have been the ones that have learned to document and to do and to monitor all of this. That's why the standard later on, when they speak about performance and training, they say that the person that does this should have training for this. In case they do not have the profession. It's not professional in this, but they should have training in this at least. So you can document in that job description, you can document all the requirements that you might consider necessary for that position. The thing here is how do you do so that in the selection process, you can really select correctly. Sometimes you have to support in people that are specialized in the area. That should be the adequate thing to manage this correctly, because it is not our area of expertise, so to say. Thank you, Maribel. I don't see more questions, please. If we have time, so if there is any other question, feel free to ask. Hey, this is Yadira from Colombia. Hi, Maribel. When you speak about training, that the standard doesn't indicate how. In the training, is there any specific requirement in terms of the number of hours you should be trained? I mentioned this because we are a state entity, as you know, and we cannot provide training to the outsourced people or some of the professionals either, because this goes against our regulations in the government. In that case, how valid would it be to do this through internal training, maybe by 4 hours, 4, 8 hours? How valid is it to use this type of training? And can an auditor come and tell us that that is not valid, that sort of training is not valid? Well, first of all, that will depend on what you have established in your profile. There are things that are requirements, like you have to have a degree, a master's degree, a specialty, or those kind of things that are external always. But all the additional training, well, there is, we could say that it depends on the regulations in the countries. My experience is that, yes, you can provide internal training. That's something that it's allowed and can be accepted, because at the level that you are, the external training available, it's not easy to find. It's difficult to find someone to train you in something so special, like the activities that you do. So you can do that. I haven't seen anywhere that they indicate that there might be a problem because of the number of hours, unless you have established a number of hours. Like, for example, in Mexico, in the evaluation criteria of the entity itself, they request that the person has at least one specific training per year, specific for the area they work. That's a requirement of Mexico, no, in the checklists of Mexico. So they should have minimum one training per year. So sometimes the people come and they say, yes, but I went to this Congress. No, but this Congress is not useful if you don't show that you went to a presentation on mycobacteria in the Congress. So it depends on what your standard it says. I haven't seen that there is a requirement that the training, it needs to be a university program or something. There are other things that change in every country, right? The professional certifications, there are countries in which, you know, I don't know why where the reasons are, but they have designed these professional certification programs by Association A, B. They have certifications for those who take the samples. That happens in some countries, and in other countries that doesn't exist. You are a professional and you should be able to take a sample, no? But, you know, maybe you can have a course, but having a certification for that, no. I believe that I haven't seen in the models that I have, that I know that there are some requirements. Just if you have in your regulations, it's 30 hours a year, you can do it as you can. No, but it depends on each country, of course. Every country has its own regulations. Thank you very much. There's another question from Zoila, and it says, in a hypothetical case in which I have two resources competing for a position as a head of lab, one of them shows technical competence, educational competence, etc. The other resource shows leadership attitudes. Which would be the best for this position as the head of the lab? Well, very good question, because we have this, well, they have this answer, and I don't know if it's the best one, but I know cases in which I don't know if you have this has happened to you, that you have a work team and then you have a person that it's like the best of the university, the know-it-all, the one that has all the degrees, the one that does everything perfect. But this person is the person that dissociates all the others, doesn't get along well with anybody, quarrels with everybody. Personally, I do believe that it depends on the position. You will have to find a balance, and sometimes it is better to have a very good team, very well led, very well ensembled, no? Because training we learn, but it's that punctuality, right? If you tell me about skills, I would like to hire the person that has more human attitude, someone that can be a leader, a person that everybody can follow, and that will learn about quality, instead of hiring someone that knows everything about quality but doesn't get along well with anybody and doesn't know how to treat other people. I couldn't give you a right answer in your question, but it depends, and it really, you have to see the work environment, the labor environment, that it's important, but everything will depend on the position, the organizational policies. I cannot give you an answer. I cannot tell you exactly which one of them. Very good answer. Well, our last question is from Carmen Mendez. It says, difference between the job profile and the job description according to ISO 15199. Carmen, look, the standard also ask for they mention about job description. They do not mention anything about a profile, but in terms of the human talent management and the documentation, the profile describes the person and the job description describes the position. However, in the standard, I repeat, they do not mention anything about profile. For me, it's difficult sometimes not to mention it because I use that. I use the profile in the labs with which I work. They use a profile, but the standard doesn't make any difference. They just ask for a job description. That's what they request. Okay, thank you very much. We will have 4 minutes break, and then we will go to our last part of Maribel's presentation. 4 minutes then. Thank you.
¿Seguimos? Bueno, entonces vamos a arrancar.
Okay, we will start now. We will continue with this presentation. There is an important thing here, which is that the standard in this version, maybe it might be changed in the next version, but in this version, they have separated the competition assessment and performance assessment. These are different activities as part of the contents of the standard. And as a common denominator, it includes the assessment of the personnel in the organization under different aspects. When we speak about competition or competence assessment, it is important, first of all, to establish that competence as such is the capacity or the capability that a person has to implement the knowledge and the skills and to achieve a result, a pre-established result. So therefore, you first of all, you need to have what is the objective that is associated to the job description, the objectives that are aligned with the job position. And the standard says that once that they have received the appropriate training or the pertinent education related to the area where that person will be working and the skills that needs to be strengthened, the competence will be then assessed. And this evaluation, it needs to be determined the frequency of this evaluation. Here it is important that we keep in mind, first of all, that we make an evaluation of the effectiveness of the induction process. And then in that case, we are making a first evaluation of competence, because in the training, she corrects, not the induction, but the training. In the training is the first one. So therefore, the first competition assessment that I do is during the following the training. That's the first assessment that I make. Now, what's the frequency of these competence assessment? Usually, the organizations establish the frequency according to their own criteria, and the criteria in many labs that I know is done on an annual basis. However, there are other quality models that recommend that during the first year, the competence should be assessed at least twice a year. So if we do one, once the induction process has been completed, maybe also it will be worthwhile to do a second evaluation 6 months later. I've seen other laboratories that they do a first evaluation following the training, and then it's a new evaluation made 3 months after the training has been completed to assess whether they are doing things properly or whether they require to receive a retraining. Then it is done later on, 6 months later. So therefore, we have covered the first year, and during the first year, we have done 3 assessments. And then from now on, according to the results, we will decide later on what other frequency should be established. So therefore, this frequency is not written in stone, really, but usually at least once a year it is done. This re-evaluation, concerning re-evaluation, the re-evaluation should include all the tasks that are associated to the job position. Sometimes some of them more with more importance than others, depending on the specific job tasks. No, there are some terms that usually that the reevaluation that is done, they are repetitive, and every year is the same evaluation, and the people know exactly what's going on and what are the questions. So therefore, it is important to design the evaluations according to the job position. The evaluation should not be general for everybody. because usually technical staff should not have the same competence required for like administrative staff. They, of course, even though they have common points, but they also need to have some specific requirements. Now, what happens if that training does not give the proper results, or the assessment will not be giving the proper results? Then in that case, the staff needs to be retrained. But the standard says, according to this 5.1.6, says that in the ways how the laboratory can use this competence, for example, they say about the direct observation of routine work and procedures, that there's like inspections, for example. We, we, this can be also named inspection. No, you are observing how they are working, how they are doing the maintenance and the verification of the results, or the validation of the results of the quality control analysis, all the activities associated with the routine work. That could be one way, and that could be a form of inspection. And that inspection can be carried out maybe once a month, because at the time of the evaluation, but also as part of the supervision schemes inside the work, that this should be done on a constant on a constantly manner, no? So I can have a regular inspection program. So every time that I do a competence assessment, I can also use as a basis these other 2 or 3 inspections that I have done throughout the year. So therefore, maybe it's not the idea that the person will know that that month that person is under evaluation. The idea is that I should have tools and information that has been accumulated so I can make this type of inspection. Also, the standard tells me that I can do the monitoring of the registration and reporting of the results. For example, in this case, you have, in this case, we can use the indicators or the results that needs to be corrected. There is a lot of information that I will be filling in as indicators, non-conformities, that will be measuring on a monthly basis the performance of the process. And the performance of the process sometimes is directly related to the performance of the persons. So therefore, these are tools that can be also used to review this exercise. The review of all the work records, the work logs, to manage correctly all the policies are used in the case of results that have erasers, or the use of correctors, that this should be done in a correct manner. So this review of all the records, of all the way how to store all this information, to manage them properly, to have the proper analysis of non-conformities, all this will be used by me as a support documentation to do this evaluation of competence. The assessment of the ability to solve problems. We do not work like machines that just do things. Also, we need to consider the degree of contribution to the process, the ability to solve problems, the ability to interact with the clients, with the patients, with the physicians, the participation in the audit processes, everything that is associated to the performance of the staff. So it's not only results. It's not that we only are handing out results, but we are part of an organization that has a very well-defined quality management system. For example, how to notice critical results when the results are associated to significant critical cases, the uses of concepts such as uncertainty and the application of these concepts in the working area, the knowledge and manage of the quality control topics, strategies, the work logs, the how to solve non-conformities, the communication with the vendors, so many other aspects. Everything that is a part of the process of the laboratory, of the activity of the person, all this can be used as a tool to evaluate the competence. Also, in addition to that, many carry out an exam where a theory exam concerning the use of the test, the use of the methods, how they will solve the most frequent problems, the clinical integrity of the tests and the samples, whether they have a full knowledge of the regulations of the policy of the hospital, the guidelines that have been set in the hospitals that can apply to that particular person, like the safety of the patient, the policies of applicable to the patients. All that information really will give us the tool to make this competence assessment, or this integrated competence assessment. And of course, this together with the technical exercise and the capability to carry out the tests, or the practical ability to carry out the test in the lab. Although this model can be similar for everybody, there are some aspects that will be assessed differently, because each area of the laboratory has specific requirements and they work differently. So therefore, it is always important to tailor these assessments according to each area, according to what is required by each area, because many times we can have assessments that are not too objective. Also, it is important to understand that we are persons that not only go to the laboratory to turn on an equipment, or to take a sample, or to pass it through an analyzer, or to carry out some quality control, because we need to take into account that there are other quality control mechanisms that needs to be reported. But also, in addition, we interact inside an organization, and we have a series of relations where our behavior might affect others, or it might affect the work environment, or others might affect my behavior. So therefore, that's where we need to see this staff performance evaluation, where we are trying to evaluate the interaction of the person, whether with its job position, with the organization in general, the adherence to the organizational culture of the lab. So therefore, it is important that we should understand how, as part of the competencies that we have defined for each member of staff, there are other competencies that are associated to knowledge, to formation, education, that are cross-sectional. Some of them are more specific than others, but there are many others that are basic. And there are others that include the values, personality, the image. And sometimes these have much more impact in the organization's performance than the other skills that are specific related to the technical performance, or the technical competence. So therefore, that is why it is so important to evaluate everything that is associated to the human side of the workers. For that, we need to do a performance evaluation in which we will take into account not only the needs of the organization vis-a-vis their workers, but also the needs of the staff vis-a-vis the organization and everything else. So therefore, this staff performance evaluation, usually in almost all organizations, sometimes they do more subjective evaluations. Each time they are more and more elaborated. They have staff that is specialized to carry out these performance evaluations. However, initially, when this model was first launched concerning accreditation, something that was not seen in the laboratories, well, they only found that there was an Excel paper where they were just filling in a list of requirements to be assessed. The work team, whether they can work team, if they respect the timetable, the use of uniform, and they say they check 5, and that was it. However, well, this has been progressing, and with time, now we are using new tools available in the market. There are several tools for the staff performance evaluation that measure other skills associated to many other things that are not strictly related to the technical side, but are more related to the teamwork, to the ability of negotiation, mechanisms to express ourselves, the presentation, the appearance, the capacity to follow orders, the capacity to solve problems, behavior in general, no? The behavior of the workers outside the organization. So many other things that somehow enable the organization to have a comprehensive evaluation of the staff member. Usually this is done through tools such like 360-degree tools, 180-degree tools. There are several tools. I cannot recall the names of all of them, but there are several tools that enable the organization to establish the performance of the organization. And finally, to be able to establish how that particular person, based on this performance evaluation, can have sometimes issues with the supervision or some failure in adhering to the organization's policies, or maybe the person is not properly adapted to the job position or the area where he or she is working. So therefore, this assessment can also be used to establish, I don't know, maybe reward models or bonuses models, or to make changes in the organizational policies. So therefore, the tools that we use to carry out these staff performance evaluations, preferably, depending on the model to be used, but preferably they should be they should include relevant things. First of all, that is important, they should have a self-assessment. Because when you ask the worker to carry out a self-assessment, usually what are we going to, we're going to find things that we will not find otherwise. For example, if we allow that person to express their own needs, to do their self-assessment and to express the needs that are not only the needs related to economic or financial aspects, but also they're related to other aspects. So therefore, that's important. So therefore, these staff performance evaluation tools should include first a self-assessment, and also they should include the work colleagues, no? The workmates, for example, that's the proposal that is made by the 360-degree tool. No, they make an assessment, but also they ask that they should be assessed covering the different factors by a work colleague, by a head officer, or maybe somebody from the administrative area, and also the self-assessment is also included in that part. So therefore, let's think how this staff performance evaluation can allow me to know more closely the adherence to the policies, properly implementation of the job position, and sometimes allow me to identify some gaps, no, in the training, or and that will enable also to help me how to promote these persons, how to establish whether or not I'm going to raise the salary or not, or whether I can change it from area. So therefore, the standard is very careful about that. They ask us to assess technical competence, technical ability to carry out the process, but also the performance evaluation. And what we are seeking in this case is to measure the effectiveness of the person, the adherence of that person, the capability to integrate into the activities, into the positions, and into the organization. So therefore, if we combine all this, we will have an integrated staff evaluation. Maybe some changes, some future changes in the standard, they will try to align these requirements, because right now they are only speaking about a general evaluation that includes competence and performance as requirements of this. No, so therefore, we know that we have a technical part, a performance part, but everything should be integrated as one single evaluation. I think that maybe in the future, the standard will take this into account as a comprehensive thing. No. So now we speak about continuous training, continuous education and professional development. And this is important because on several occasions, in several contexts, that we see the most frequent nonconformities. The people does not have a continuous training or a continuous education in the areas where they are working. What the standard says in this case, and I think it's of great importance, it says, first of all, that they need to have a continuous education programs, a continuous education program with the participation of all the personnel. And this is a program. This is not just a list of courses where it says that it will participate in the, okay. So therefore,
in the standard, in the part of the standard that we have shared with you, it says that all the personnel must receive continuous training. However, the translation says the staff will be part of the continuous training program. And it's very different that I tell you, you should receive training or you should be part of the training program. So it means that this continuous training program, what I think it means, sorry, it's that it will be designed, it will be integrated from the requests of all the personnel, but what it should mean is also that all the personnel can participate. I excuse myself, I have a very long class yesterday and my throat is having some problems. So, well, the personnel will participate as the teachers. The personnel might be might attend. I mean, we are part of the training program. It's live, it's active, it moves, it updates, it is evaluated. It's not just a schedule in which we as professionals are just noted in a list and that's it. No, it's much more than that. Sometimes we could follow the models used by other areas like physicians. I remember that when I was doing my hospital practices here in Colombia and I went to the hospital, there was something that was called the clubs of students. The students once every 15 days, they had to make a presentation on papers or indexed publications, something that could be interesting for our area of knowledge. And some people criticize this tool a lot because they said no, because they don't know about the paper, if it's good or not. But that's part of the training at the end, having this critical perspective, learning different things. There are papers that sometimes do not contribute too much, but anyway, you know, to nurture this program, this continuous training program with everything that you can have, that's important, I think. Now, why is this program, training program, or continuous training program so important? And I always say something, which is that when an organization, when the head of the lab, and especially in the private sector, when the head of the lab sends you to a course and tells you that I want you to go to the course so that you can learn, what he is telling is that a lie, because he's not that interested in you learning. That's an additional value that will remain from the training. Really, the interest of an organization when they send you to a training is that whatever you learn, you implement it in your organization. It is that the organization learns. You're in the middle, and whatever you learn, it's for you and nobody will take it from you, right? But the objective of the organizations is really that the organization learns. And I always say the ethics commitment as a professional that I have, the ethics committee that I have with my professional is to, with my organization, is to live what I learned in the organization, because the organization and me, we have a business. I work, they pay. There's nothing being given away for free. So we need to, in this business, we need to be transparent. And with this continuous training program, what happens is that sometimes the efficacies of the trainings, you cannot see them. And Here it says you need to review periodically the efficacy of the continuous training program, and you don't see the efficacy of this program. Why? Because what you had was a schedule of courses and not an education program. Why? Because we said, well, it's the Congress in Cancun, and let's go. We will going to send these many people to the Cancun Congress, and the boss thinks that everybody will be in the Congress, but it's Cancun. There are malls, beach, party, and people need these congresses and the sharing as a human stimulus, but it's different if in your program you sit down and you establish you are going to go to this Congress that has 50 presentations and you should go to these 5, no, that have a clear objective. And if you go more than these 5, that's great, but you should have as a minimum objective to go to these 5 presentations. This is a task you assign to them, so when they come back to the organization, and the task should be not to come back and tell us what he or she learned or give us a course, because I don't know if you have heard about the learning pyramid that says that when we go to a conference, we only learn 20% of what we see. If we stay in a slide, and we can make this better, but the only way to potentially to maximize this up to 90% of the learning is by implementing what you learn, not to create a slide with what you learn. So when you go to the course, you should have a clear objective to implement a new method, to update your quality control procedure, whatever that you had as an objective to go and return and implement it. Because if you went there and learned 30%, and you create a course and you study a little bit and you learn 50%, but then when you give this to your colleagues, they will learn just 20%. And so it's much easier to be able to implement, to standardize, document, and leave it. And in this way, it's very easy to demonstrate the efficacy in a better way, and at the end the organization will win, because that should be my objective as well, that the knowledge stays here, that if I leave tomorrow, no problem, because I'm taking the knowledge that I got, but the organization also stays with the knowledge they get. So it has a lot to do with the ethical part when working. Now, so what does it say? We need to review the effectiveness of the continuous education program, must be reviewed periodically, no? So sometimes we just have a test after we have a course. So you can make tests before or after the course. But I don't like that too much, because that doesn't really show me that the training was efficient. These are requirements that you must implement, but do not implement effectiveness in assessments with an exam. Put activities that the people have to implement, something that can contribute to the organization, really, not just a test. With you also have to measure the effectiveness. The standard doesn't tell you that 2 days later after the course, you have to show the effectiveness with a test. It can take you 1 month, 2 months, or 6 months. Probably the effectiveness of this course, we will be able to measure it in 6 months when we see the advances that you've made vis-a-vis the accreditation process or the knowledge of the standard. So you are the owners of your system, and you must decide when and how you will be measuring the effectiveness. But let's work a little bit more in this, right? And let's participate also in regular professional development programs or other activities of professional organizations. It's okay to go to congresses, to any type of training, thinking that these are human spaces as well for people to share, to get rid of stress and all of this. But for this to have value, let's organize in an adequate manner. Additionally to this, there's another very important aspect that, well, here we could speak about thousands of things, really, but there is an important thing that I don't want to leave without talking about this, and it is that sometimes, well, nowadays we have to be clear about the fact that the selection processes of organizations have changed. Before, if you had a master's degree in molecular biology, that was a wonder, great. And it depends on the country. If I speak about Mexico, in Mexico, everybody has a master's degree and PhDs, because we have a training system that it's pretty, how can we say, pretty affordable. There are many scholarships. It's easy for us to get trained, to get educated, but there are some other countries in which this is not the case. So, however, nowadays and in the clinical labs, the competencies have changed. You get to an interview and they first ask you if you know the standard, if you know about method verification and certainty, if you know how to design an individualized quality control plan with a risk approach, if you know about metrological traceability, how to manage nonconformities, how to analyze the results of non-conformant tests, if you know the results associated to critical aspects and significant risks. And then sometimes we get to the processes and you cannot answer in the process, no, sorry, the lab I used to work for, they didn't give me, the course of 15, 8, 19. I always tell people, take care with continuous training, even though the standard says that the lab should train the personnel. I don't know, and you might tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. I don't know any person in which the lab paid your program, your education program. In the university, it was your parents or you that paid for your education. So at what point we lose this capacity of seeing this career that we have, but we have the career, but we need to invest in our training as well, because I need to maintain my competences, because when I leave this company with this very changing world nowadays, I really need to maintain my competences. So we need to invest as well a little bit in terms of training for all of us. It is important. It is important that we do this. And I always say, no, I always tell people that I don't have a car, and I have never had a car, and I don't need a car because I live between Colombia and Mexico, and I don't need a car, but I know people that have a car and they spend a lot of money in the car, and the car just take you and from one place to the other. Why not to invest in your profession instead of the profession that will give you the money to buy the car? So this training program not only is the responsibility of the organizations. The organization, of course, has to provide it, but you, and this is very individual thing, we all should try to keep our competences updated. And there are many thousand things that we could speak about, courses and all of these, and what should I do, and if I need to do is effectiveness assessment or evaluations of the impact of the training, but due to time constraints, we cannot speak that much about that. And the last number of this requirement in 5.19 speaks about staff records, which indicates that I must have a file, folder, curriculum, whatever you call it, where you have all the evidence, evidence of the training, education, and everything that the standard requires. I won't read this one by one because this slide is exactly as you will find it in the standard, so you can read it. However, it is important to be clear about the fact that these files might be in physical or electronic mode in one single place or different places of the organization, with the requirement that they will be available when the audit comes and requests, when the auditors request these documents. And there we can find many things. And I just want to stop for a minute to talk about the accident occupational risk exposure reports. It's very important to generate mechanisms to investigate these accidents and to be able to take action with regards to this. I usually, as I was telling you, I try to manage all these type of things as a non-conformity so that I will be able to run a root cause analysis, and like that find what the cause was and to be able to take effective action. And the other thing is the immunization status. It's important that we take into account the immunizations that are required for the health staff in the context in which we work. So really here, I just wanted to share with you one final question, which is, yes, okay, we accredit and we want to be accredited, but one thing is to say, and to say I want to be accredited, and a different thing is to show I am really committed, and not with the accreditation, with the patients, with the this does make me study this profession. It is important that we all ask these questions to ourselves. this question to ourselves. And a final comment that they ask us to share with you very rapidly, to tell you that the pretest that you sent, we received 107 participants. We have very good results in the pretest that allowed us to see that there is a good level of knowledge of the standard, that there is a good level of knowledge of the topic quality, that this is a topic that it's not something strange for you, that you know very well, and that in some way or the other guarantees that this workshop could have a little bit more, how can we say, effectiveness, let's say, when achieving the objectives that the organization has set for you. So is there any question for me? Yes, Maribel, thank you. There are some questions, but due to time constraints, we won't have time for to answer all the questions. We have to go to the next activity, but we will have just one question for Wilma Samol. He asked, competence and performance, are these synonymous, or what is the difference? Could you please very briefly answer to this question? No, Vilma, please remember that we have been speaking about competence, technical competence, everything related to the technical concept, release, validation, everything that is technical in the process, while performance speaks about the organizational aspects, the attachment, behavior, compliance with the standards, teamwork, the behavior with your colleagues, everything that in general is performance, human performance, personal performance in the organization. However, we could say that both are complementary, no? They work with each other. Thank you. Nancy Ayala says that in the national lab in Guatemala, they use 3 tools during the year that cover this part of the performance evaluation. One is the quality systems that evaluates the competencies of the staff. Two, one tool from the ministry that evaluates aspects, not only technical, but aptitude as well. And there is another one from the Ministry for Work, Labor Climate, which the thing is that only the first document focus on the quality system. Can we have the 3 things that we have, or just one? No, you can declare the 3 of them in your audit, but be careful with one thing, that when you do generic evaluations that have been made by the government entity, these are evaluations that are not very specific many times, especially in the technical part, they are not very specific. So maybe you would need to generate an internal technique for you that will be applicable for the technical part, the technical competences in your lab, in the work that you do. Okay, thank you. There are no further questions. So, well, thank you very much, Maribel. And now we will give the floor to our next presentation that will be done by the country. So Peru will show us the experience they have had in their accreditation process. So Suli, welcome. You have the floor. Sorry, I cannot deactivate this. Doesn't let me. Oh, yes, we have to, please, we have to put Suli as co-host so that she will be able to share her screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Sí, ya se ve, por favor, la pones en modo de presentación.
Ahora sí me parece.
Está cargado. Ya vemos ya.
Okay.
Adelante. Por favor, en la diapositiva esta, que son las características del país, realmente.
These are the characteristics of the country. Please not, we should not elaborate a little more. Do you have the full view of this, please? No, I think just a second. I will put the full screen.
Y la siguiente que le sigue, se ven las dos a la vez.
Ya, ahora voy a volver a hacer esto.
Ahora ponla en modo presentación.
Ahora sí me parece.
Okay,
Ya
now
puede.
I have it. Okay, you can start now. Well, basically, well, good afternoon. I will share with you the experience of Peru and the status of implementation of the management system, of the quality management system. This is the agenda that is more consistent with what you have requested in the mail sent by the organizers. And for me, it is important to place tuberculosis in context very quickly. We have Our population is around 32 million inhabitants. We have 24 departments and one constitutional province. And it is important to say so because our network of laboratories is defined according to this. For the year 2020, we have a morbidity of tuberculosis of 25 cases approximately. However, and an approximate of the for the MDR, we have approximately around 33,000 cases, but in the pandemia, this has the patient care has been decreased by 25%. New cases are 21,740 according to the new cases that were detected for 2020, and new cases we have few cases positive, we have 12,740, and the TB-MDR for the multi-drug resistance, 1,205, and the XDR is 51 cases. We have the cases that all the MDR and the XDR is concentrated in Lima and in Callao mainly. We have in these two locations, we have 1/3 of the entire population. So therefore, because around 70% of those infected by tuberculosis are found in this area. So therefore, that is why it's so important. This is for you to have an idea how the cases are detected on a monthly basis. And you see here in 2019, which is in green, that was a normal attention of the case. In 2020, which is in blue, this was reduced significantly for detection. And in 2021, we are reassuming normality, although we have not reached normal values still. And this is important because this is related with a number of tests that we carried out in the laboratory. And that's something that I will be sharing with you. And it's important to tell you that Peru, according to the TB record, worldwide, it's still reported among the 30 countries that has the greatest index of TB worldwide. That's why tuberculosis is so important in our country. This is basically the health system structure in Peru. This is basically structured between public and private sectors. As part of the public health system, we have the Ministry of Health, where, as you can see here, the Ministry of Health is the central that is in Lima, and the regional governments that are part of the Ministry of Health. And there you have the specialized institute, which is, and we are one of those specialized institute. But also we work with the different ministries of defense, internal affairs, and Salud concerning the tests. We carry out the test of all the institutes under this level. That's why it is so important to have this national reference laboratory. When we speak about the Ministry of Health, this is just to locate ourselves. How does the reference laboratory works? As part of the health ministry, we have the National Health Institute, and then we have also the health of the persons that are working with the TBC that is responsible for all the for all the hospital care. And Senares down there that provides all the strategic supplies for the network of laboratory, which plays a very important role in the structure and in the carrying out of all the tests. As part of the National Health Institute, the National Health Institute has 6 axes. First, you have the National Center of Public Health that is made by 2 directorates. And where we are is the direction of transmissible diseases, which is the one, and and then we have the microbacteria. That's where we are working for the TBC to carry out all the strategies related to TBC in our country. We have a network. This is a model network for the country. Among all the pathologies found in our country, this is a pyramidal network at 3 levels. We have the national laboratory on the top, then we have the regional level laboratory that covers all the regions, and in Lima we have 5 laboratories because of the large population that we have in Lima. At the local level, we have 1,921 laboratories that do that. So each one of these levels has its own structures, its own functions, and everything is established in the technical standard for tuberculosis in Peru. This is basically the test that we have for the TB, for the multi-drug resistant TB. In Peru, we have 37 laboratories that do this. We have 4 laboratories that do LPA first line, the genotype. Then we have 2 laboratories that do the LPI first line to be implemented. This will be implemented next year, really. everything in replacement of the MOTS type. We have 5 laboratories, but right now this test will be replaced by the molecular test. And then we have the regional laboratory that is in Lima, where we do the genotype second line test, including the new drugs and also the typification that is done in this laboratory. This is with regard to the test coverage. And in 2020, the pandemic has so important worldwide, really. But when we speak about diagnosis, we have been working very strongly with the diagnosis, because in 2020, we have done 46,000 and more tests that have detected the resistance to multivacin. In all of these, 12% is done at the National Health Institute, and the remaining is done in other laboratories of the network. And that's how we have been working during the past 5 years, is that we, as a national reference laboratory, will no longer be working on the first line, and this will be concentrated more on the local and regional areas, and we will be concentrating only in more specialized. You can see here, for example, in 2020, 13,000 tests of LPA were done in Peru, out of which 5,782 were done in the National Health Institute. It's just for you to have an idea of the magnitude of what we are doing in our laboratory and the coverage that we have in the country. Also, as national reference laboratory, we do all the second line tests for Peru. In 2019, we carry out 3,153 tests, and in 2020 we had much less tests, but this is normalizing now in 2021. Also, we do the phenotype tests. We have a coverage over 80% for first line testing and over 90% coverage for the second line tests, according to the WHO. This is the distribution of our laboratory. We have 14 biologists, four lab technicians, 1 administrative technician. So we are 19 staff members here. As you can see in this organizational chart, very few have full-time work. We have others that are working on different functions, really. Most of them are working on different functions. We do not have until last year, we have one staff that was dedicated 60% to quality management system. But right now, all of us are trying to work on the different areas, especially concerning the follow-up process for the accreditation process. And that's why for us, it has been so important to have all the staff involved in this process. And it's something that was very difficult in the beginning. Concerning specialized diagnosis, in addition to other functions that we have, this is the strongest activity that we do in quality management. We do the assessment of the entire network for all the TBDR procedures. We do technological assessments, and also this can be together with the specialized diagnosis for the LPA on the first and second line for the new drugs. So therefore, this is the work that is done for the National Reference Laboratory, and using the 19 staff members that we have presently. With regard to the accredited exam in Peru, we have been accredited for LPA, for the line prop assay, for the resistance to rifampicin, isoniazid of the Mycobacterium tuberculosis complex. All this has been accredited under the National Quality Institute, known as INACAL, since the year 2019. Accreditation lasts for 3 years, and we have a follow-up process every year. This adequacy process was started since the year 2015. And that's when we started there. And this was consolidated with the documentation and by director's resolution concerning the quality management system. The exams to be accredited are LPA second line. Presently, we do not have this accredited, but we have made great progress in that for the accreditation, and the MGIT first and second line, that it's also in progress for accreditation. What are the benefits that we have seen from the accreditation? Well, several of them. Due to the standardization of processes and of management, we have done the documentation, we have generated resources. We have reduced the mistakes associated to procedures. There are a creation of analysis that meet the needs of the users. There is a reliability commitment on the side of the head office and of the laboratory. Also, there is trust and satisfaction by the user. We are seeing it by different eyes right now. Internal and external audits basically are seeking that we are working in accordance with the requirements established in the standard. And this allows to have a continuous improvement of the accredited method procedures, to take corrective and preventive actions based on objective evidence. And that's very important. And also the approach towards the risk management system that has allowed to reduce or mitigate the risks associated to the pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical processes. And this, of course, has contributed to an improvement in the quality of the results, as well as a better safety of the patients in that they are obtaining results in due time. With regard to the technical aspects, we have achieved progress. In the most crucial points, we have achieved a continuous improvement of the staff. The staff has a technical competence that can be measured. They have individual performance, in periodical evaluations of their individual and of their individual performance as well. And these evaluations are updated all the time. We carry out this updated process so that all the personnel is updated. Concerning infrastructure and equipment, the infrastructure and the facilities have all the periodical maintenance. We carry out preventive and corrective maintenance. We have a very state-of-the-art equipment adequate for the purpose. Also, we have constant calibration of the equipment, ensuring its metrological traceability. So therefore, all this has contributed to improve the performance of the laboratory. Concerning the assay methods, everything is duly verified or validated. All the processes have been documented and is being reviewed and updated. Concerning the external evaluation program of quality, there is an active participation in the interlaboratory tests, internal meetings to achieve continuous improvement in the laboratory. A mandatory nature of the participation of the PEC regarding for the budget, something that we have achieved for the first time to have that it's a proper budget for this. Also, there is order in the documentation and in the interlaboratory tests, and also the issue of technically validated results. Concerning the IT system, also, we have a great progress in that. All the reports of results are issued in real time. Of course, this has always been like that, but also now we have the stamp that it is an accredited method. There is a good traceability of all the samples since the time of reception, their processing, the reading, the verification, and the delivery of the results. And also we are doing a proper handling of the indicators, a good opportunity. So now we have the capability to answer timely, reliable, analytical response capacity. And this gives a great significance to our laboratory. Main difficulties, of course, it's not easy to start making changes. In the state, unfortunately, sometimes there are difficulties to accept the changes. And so therefore, sometimes we had to postpone the processes of implementation, logistics delay for the services of maintenance, calibration, or the procurement of reagents. That's something that this is a bottleneck that is important that needs to be improved. And also we need to keep the staff committed. At the beginning, it was very difficult that all the staff think that to carry out records is a part of the procedure. This was something that it was very difficult. So therefore, they started to help us in order to try to create awareness in our staff, and that was important. And this gradually was being achieved. This enrollment and commitment of the staff took around 2 to 3 years to achieve. So therefore, and that's when we decided that we will start with the accreditation process, and that's how we done. Concerning the perception of user regarding accreditation, the acknowledgement, we are the first public health laboratory in Peru that has been accredited under standard 15189. Trust and loyalty by the users, no? That the analysis services ensure pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical processes. Empowerment of the network of laboratories. Now, before nobody wanted to receive the things, but everybody right now is, the relationship with the reference laboratory has improved. Now they are asking our services. National, international cooperation, we have different plan of implementation for the quality management system based on the technical standard for the management of the quality of the services in the public sector, according to the ISO 15189. And finally, we are obtaining results with reliable analysis results. And also as an acknowledgement that the National Reference Laboratory, we have 4 technical experts for INAPAL that have been properly assessed, comparing the competence and performance. So now they are parts as technical experts to evaluate other laboratories in the country. Also, we have a recognition also when we received a certificate. And here also it is important. Here you have a result report where you have the seal of the National Quality Institute, where everybody can see that we are a laboratory that has been accredited for that method. Also, this is a report of the indicator of opportunities for improvement. You see, from January to November, we have done 5,467 tests, of which 98% are within the framework, within the validation given for the opportunities for improvement. So therefore, well, that's very quickly what I wanted to share with you. That's the stuff that is working right now, the National Reference Laboratory. That's the experience I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Suli, for your presentation. Now, we have 5 minutes to end the session of today. Maribel, Roberto, you would like to make any question? Or
Yo solamente felicitarte, Suli.
no, I just want to congratulate Suli for your presentation. It's very clear to that how you can have a very good management of the topic, and it has been an excellent work.
Gracias, Maribel.
Thank you, Maribel.
Sí, me parece, sí, Suli, fue un excelente.
Suli, it was an excellent work, very complete. I would not expect nothing less from you. And I think that it is important that you have discussed something that is quite interesting, which is the acknowledgement that it's great. It's the acknowledgement to the quality management unit. I know that you have made great job there. You have been working there for many years on these topics. And I think that that's important to acknowledge, and also to the acknowledgement, and on the other hand, to have it very well defined that these cultural processes are not something that is implemented very quickly. It takes time. You need to be patient. You need to be consistent on your efforts. And I would like to congratulate the whole team. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I think that all of them are listening, and everything now has, they own this process very well now. So therefore, we know that this is just the beginning, and we want to continue with that. Thank you for all the contributions that we have received from you in order to reach our objective. I know that everybody is listening to everybody's attentive to what you have said. That's great. Well, we have a comment from Mexico. They are congratulating Suli for the presentation, and they say that they would like to know what is the standard time of the service to issue a result and each of their methodologies, and how they have established their coverage indicator. Well, it's a very long question, Suli, but maybe if you can give a short answer, or they can have in direct contact with you. But it's important to know that they have some documents and and standards that have been established by the WHO, where they establish a time for the delivery of results according to the procedures. There are procedures that might take 24 to 48 hours or 72 to 72 hours or some weeks. Yes, what happens is that in order for us to establish the time of opportunity, which is the time when we issue the result, we need to take into account all the entire national network of laboratories, because the time starts clicking since we take the sample. So not when it gets to the laboratory. So therefore, we usually set like 7 days from the time that the sample is taken until the final result is delivered, because we need to transport the sample, and that's one of the great challenges that we have. And this is, of course, at the criteria of the technical specialists, based on everything that is said, because we have established the times in the machine, how long it takes in the machine once in the laboratory, but we need to take into account also the other challenges, because otherwise we will creating problems to ourselves. However, the idea is to continue improving this, and this can be improved by decentralizing, so that samples can be made on the point of care, and therefore we can reduce the times. Concerning the other question, it's how did you establish the coverage indicator? The answer that Suli is giving concerning the care of results is with regard with the LPA test of first line that they have been accredited, because when we read the WHO manuals, they say that results may be obtained in 48 hours to 72 hours, but of course, it depends on the transportation of the samples, processing of the samples, release of the results. All of these it's included in your information system, and you have the different lights, like a traffic light, to see the different times. Usually, this has been scheduled in 7 days to deliver this process. So each time of the technical procedures, it's much better. So the other part of the question, how have you established your
Yes,
indication, your coverage?
unfortunately, the coverage indicator, we do not have yet automated it. We do it nominally with the TV program. Basically, what we have to do, we get together to see the list of cases, but that's why it is easier for TV, MDR and XDR TV, those who have access to first and second line, taking into consideration the nominal cases of TB in the country and the cases that had a test in the country. That's how we establish the coverage. Both of the patients that have detected a rifampicin resistant as patients that have a resistance to rifampicin, and then resistance to clononos or with other drugs, we still maintain that definition. We have not updated it to the new one for XDR. Okay, congratulations. Many people congratulating you. And finally, a question from Claudia. Yes, how did you achieve the assurance of the pre-analytical phase based on what Roberto said, especially that part that doesn't depend on you, but of course that is including the procedure? Yes, I knew that it was going to be a question because that's what the doctor mentioned. This was the most complicated phase really, and the one that I took charge of. Actually, that's the part that I'm most in charge of, because if the head of the lab, if you then you doesn't talk to the network, they do not pay attention, and that's how our culture is. So I communicate all the time with them. I send them emails. Well, the final thing is the document. Let's try not to go to a document or formal letter, but I'm just about to send them a formal letter. The thing is that they have very well established. We have prepared protocols. We have socialized them. We make presentations. The good thing with Zoom now, communication is easier. We have indicators for rejection of samples. All these indicators are placed in the information system, and those indicators will evaluate how things or how each place is going. So when we didn't have the indicator, I have to go and I see someone from the lab that was telling me how many people, and I have to communicate with them. Why have you sent? And we are not going to accept this. This is not this is something against the patient. So you have to talk to them one by one, explaining. It's a very hard work, but once you achieve this is very satisfactory because we achieve our objectives. But sometimes you have to do like the socialization, the dissemination of information, and start back again and work with each one of the regions. And they also go downwards, right? And they always invite us to these meetings when they socialize what we socialize with them, with the people that are under them. That's very important. Thank you, Sully. It's time now. We have run out of time. Just to thank once more the facilitators, the presenters for their brilliant presentations, our attendants for your attention. I know that it's a third day and 4 intense hours. We are a little tired now, and well, I'll give the floor to Lourdes for the final words, and with me, see you tomorrow. Well, thank you. Yes, I think that 4 hours is a lot for everybody here, but the topics are so important that you just stay stick to the computer. And I would like to congratulate Peru. Well, I'm from Peru, but congratulations, Sully, for the work you do, because it's a great work, really. And we are a large population in this country, and we have a large number of TB patients as well. So thank you very much. I want to tell you that the presentations have already been posted and sent to you. Tomorrow, probably I will be able to send a link to you of some of the recordings. And it's great. Yesterday, we had 103 people. Today, we have 102 people. It's 2 more days. Let's hope that we are not less than 100 in these next 2 days. So please attend, participate from the meeting. See you tomorrow. Have at 9 a.m. sharp Peru time, and have a great day. See you tomorrow, and thank you.
Gracias a todos.
Gracias, hasta luego.
Hasta mañana. Adiós.